Bodhidharma International presents Illuminating Body and Mind, a guide to a deeper Bodhi meditation practice by meditation master Jin Bodhi. Read by Malia McClure. The 6 lectures included in this audiobook were given by meditation master Jin Bodhi during Bodhi meditation and fitness retreats. Although the audience members were students, the lectures are applicable to anyone who is interested in Bodhi meditation teachings and practice. Lecture 1: The Power of Compassion. Compassion is universal love. The Vancouver area experienced a seasonal miracle this year: the return of the salmon for spawning. Returning salmon face innumerable dangers. By the time they arrive at their streams of origin, they've normally suffered numerous injuries. Many die on the journey, perhaps eaten by other fish or animals. To see them swimming up the stream is a powerfully moving sight. How can a fish be so driven, free of any inhibition while returning to its birthplace? These fish don't stay in little waterways or inlets either. They travel out into the Pacific Ocean, crossing over to Japan and China, completing a circuit. This shows that animal determination can be as strong as humanity's, in its own way. 20 years ago, I watched a Japanese movie that followed the lives of a real family of wolves. I found it very moving and even cried at one point. The wolves were highly aware and often seemed smarter than the humans. The people who lived in the same area as the animals wanted to set traps and kill them. But the wolves seemed to know very clearly what was going on. Then winter arrived and one of the wolf cubs got sick. It was very cold and there was no food to be found in the thick snow. The hunter and his family were fine. They raised chickens and ate their meat for sustenance. They even had a chicken to spare, one to lure the wolves to a spot surrounded by traps. You should have seen the father wolf pace back and forth along the perimeter of the hunter's property. His body language was as clear as speech. He knew. It's as though you could read his thoughts. The danger ahead is great, and there is no way through. Still, as though thinking of his cub's pain and hunger, he placed his paw ahead, then pulled it back. Over and over, the act was repeated. Finally, he ventured forth, trepidation in every step. It wasn't an act of self-destruction, but of necessity. He needed the chicken for his offspring. He made it across and grabbed the fowl in his jaws, but on the way back, he lost his tracks and stepped into one of the traps. Rear leg caught, he struggled with the desperation of a creature facing death. Eventually, the wolf tore away, leaving his limb in the trap's heavy jaws. Dragging himself through the snow by his front legs, he hauled himself halfway back to his den before dying. It was a very emotional story, and I don't think anyone could watch it without being affected. I believe that there is so much about animals that we don't understand, yet we have so much in common and share many of the same feelings. Just a year ago, I saw a documentary on how emotional communication affects plant growth. Even though it wasn't nearly as easy to relate to as the wolf story, it revealed some fascinating truths all the same. In a 6-stage experiment, Plants were subjected to different stimuli by their caretakers. Different genres of music were played to one group of plants. Another group was given praise, and a third group was subjected to verbal abuse. The abused group didn't grow properly. It was sickly and yellowed. The praised plants grew thick, and the music-listening plants did exceptionally well. This reinforces the point that emotions are not necessarily exclusive to humanity. They appear to exist in everything. The concept of yin-yang has held its importance in traditional Chinese philosophy since ancient times. With regard to the question of the creation of the myriad of things, or everything in existence, it is believed that it resulted from emotive expression. Therefore, everything that belongs to the universe holds a specific emotion at the core. The higher love that Chinese tradition labels compassion, an emotion that surpasses all others. Compassion brings a healthy and happy life. Compassion has many effects, but the greatest are better physical and mental health. These manifest in the form of happiness and good fortune. How does this emotional state accomplish so much? Compassion is a broadening of the heart and mind. The breadth allows us to avoid entanglement in hardship, so that we are neither controlled by our worries nor suffering because of them. A broad heart-mind has the ability to see the uselessness of troublesome things. I've been retelling a story of the poor man whose mother-in-law demanded he buy her daughter a diamond ring. I suggested he get a nice ring, but one with a fake diamond. If that mother-in-law had been governed by compassion, her thought process might have been more along these lines. My daughter loves this man, and my love for her means that my affection naturally extends to him. He's going to be my son, so why would I want to add this heavy burden to his load? What good would that do? If she used compassion to put herself in his shoes, the issue would never have come up. She would neither feel great joy at seeing the diamond on her daughter's finger, nor great bitterness upon learning that it's fake. Her love isn't true. True love is like the purest of water, and it seems she has polluted hers. Who is the most hurt by her lack of generosity and pettiness, which exemplifies a deficiency of love? Most wounded is the person most affected, the mother-in-law herself. Not to mention how she's seriously undermining her daughter's happiness. The effect she has on her daughter's marriage may cause the couple to question their love, rather than enjoy it. And conflict and breakups may become more likely. Building a relationship is like building a bridge. If rotting beams are used in the construction, it's going to collapse. The when may be unclear, but the eventual collapse is not. The slightest pressure applied at the right moment will do it, making this a pretty dangerous bridge indeed. What do you think the mother is lacking? Compassion. Compassion doesn't allow love to be too small or selfish. Her love would never let her ruin the young couple's happiness. Lack of compassion can instigate hardships and grasping. The presence of compassion brings with it a power of perspective in dealing with matters. If the mother-in-law had adopted a compassionate perspective, then she'd have known that true happiness cannot be measured in terms of finances. In fact, wrapped in real happiness, two people can live as beggars and still feel blessed. Broadness of compassion also helps prevent numerous illnesses because it increases our ability to assess what we observe and perceive it clearly. Many of the little things that normally inflame people can be clearly seen from a distance and, therefore, easily avoided. With that avoidance, we escape harming ourselves and others. With a broader heart-mind, I am relatively free of some of the effects of fatigue or finding myself in other negative circumstances. I'm less likely to be diagnosed with high blood pressure or cardiovascular disease. I won't easily suffer shock or feelings of fright. This also means that I'm sidestepping negative emotions and reactions that contribute to the development of illnesses. Many people who grow ill are living with the effects of a shock that caused kidney damage or a great moment of rage that injured their liver. How did your liver get infected? Possibly, it was rage. We often feel sympathy for people facing hardship. And yet when we learn the reasons they suffer, we may feel the hardship is well-deserved. However, even if their hardship is due to a wickedness they've committed, when truly imbued with compassion, we wish them no harm. Can life be free of pain? In China, there is a saying, "Those who avoid acts that may trouble the heart need fear no ghastly midnight knocking." Or in other words, a clear conscience sleeps soundly. So, I fear no knocking. It makes sense because after we do something that evokes feelings of shame, we enter a state of agitation and sleep poorly. Lacking sleep, certain conditions arise, such as headaches and nervous disorders. Even stomach, kidney, and brain-related issues can be traced back to sleep disorders. Again, opening your heart and applying compassion to the world is the key, and the health benefits can be your primary motivation. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. Another motive could relate to the Chinese concept of Xin. The basic meaning of Xin is heart, but it traditionally represents the faculties of emotional and thought energy. Sometimes this is referred to as the heart-mind. If we broaden the Xin in our dealings with the natural world, our working lives, or in any context, then we enter into a peacefully compassionate and amiable state. Imagine you're on the street and someone bumps into you. You have the opportunity to think something positive like, "I guess we were meant to connect at that moment." After all, it was a coincidence, not an intentional act. Maybe if you happened to cross that person again, you'd form a friendship. The key would be your state of heart-mind. Sometimes youths bump into each other and start fighting. They keep going until someone has a broken nose or worse. This shows how knocking into someone accidentally can herald a positive, fated moment of connection that suddenly becomes ill-fated. Much harm can come from blowing a small thing out of proportion. But when we carry compassion into our dealings, then any encounter, whether it's generated by good fortune or bad, can become an exceptionally positive opportunity to connect with society and the world. Pretty wonderful stuff. When your Xin is full of compassion, it ensures that your interactions with others will be beneficial. One reason is that when someone needs your help, you don't even consider the personal losses or gains. Instead, You instantly perceive the beauty in the person requesting the aid, their goodness and compassion. Additionally, the compassion in you will make the wondrous qualities in others shine more brightly. Who enjoys interacting with those who point out their faults? My, your jaw is awfully short. Wouldn't it be better longer? Or, hey, that's a pretty nice outfit you have on today. Too bad your legs and weight aren't right for it. Maybe it will look better if you lose some weight and get high heels. If someone talked to you like that, you probably wouldn't see them in a positive light. Your shin would be operating under the impression that the world was against you. Whenever you consider others, you do it via sensory organs. If the impression you receive through those organs is negative, your heart-mind lacks breadth. Think of a pipe and our emotional input as water. A wide pipe will easily drain the water poured from a big bucket. A tiny pipe would take hours to do the same job, causing an unhealthy backlog. In life, everything is remarkably easier to deal with when your shin is broad and open. The narrower the perspective, the less generous the shin and the more people's barbs come out. It's like sitting next to someone in a meditation retreat and ignoring them because they're too ugly and you're afraid to be associated with them. If you can't find any good in the person sitting right next to you, what good will you find anywhere? Take hardwood floors as another example. If you are negatively focused, maybe they seem too slippery, a real bother. Wouldn't it be better if we put down carpet? But if we had carpeting, you could fixate on the bacterial content and refuse to sit down anyway. Somehow people feel that thinking in these negative terms will force the world to accommodate their perspective. Truth be told, that kind of shin never allows for satisfaction, only negativity and dissatisfaction. Conversely, a broad shin brimming with compassion makes it possible to experience the wonder of the world, a rare and exquisitely joyful experience. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. To my mind, the spirit of compassion and charity can be explained like this. You find a stone, not a smooth, polished specialty shop stone, just a normal, everyday rock. And yet you perceive how truly beautiful it is. The same goes for the earth, weeds, flowers, and everything else in nature. They're all undeniably beautiful. Sometimes we go out on field trips. I might want to sit down, and it isn't uncommon for someone to stop me, saying, "Teacher, you need a blanket or you'll get dirty." They think that the grass is dirty, but I think that the grass is probably cleaner than their synthetic city clothes. More natural, certainly. Maybe that's why I need to touch the earth regularly and feel its permeating nourishment. It's good to go out and get in touch with nature, really physically touching it. Most of us try to avoid that by driving in a car, wearing the thickest shoes and socks, and layers of clothing. People go out to connect with nature wrapped up like mummies. That's pretty counterproductive. It's a matter of heart, of openness. There simply isn't enough of that. When our inner hearts are open and accepting, it benefits our overall understanding of not just nature, but everything. Great acts and thoughts derived from compassion can release the innate power in things and people who seem otherwise useless or even toxic. That's one of the reasons that compassion reconnects us with nature, reopening communication channels. It does the same thing between people and all other living things. Taking it to the next logical step, the widened, compassionate shin opens the way for opportunity as well. The amount by which a person benefits is limited only by the width of his or her individual shin. Some wonder, if I make my shin as large and as open as the sky, will I have limitless success? It's sort of like that, in truth. According to the history of Emperor Han Wudi, his mother was a cruel and small-minded woman. She struggled viciously to have her son ascend to the throne. She then endeavored with her brother to claim a large section of farmland from the peasants, even though she wasn't a farmer and had no idea what to do with the land. She simply desired clear title over it. When her son the emperor heard what she'd done, he was furious and demanded that she explain herself. "My son," she answered, "what I did in your name." "Everything beneath heaven belongs to me. What need have I to specifically claim a section of peasant farmland?" "You can't hold on to everything in the world. Only the things you carve your name into are truly yours." "You're wrong, mother. This entire kingdom already lies within my palm. How can it be beyond my reach? You yourself have been ennobled as empress. Anything you desire is brought to you. Carving your name into a hunk of earth within our dominion is meaningless." Han Wudi's mother never really understood and never overcame the flaw in her thinking. Simply put, her shin was too small. From a position of peerless authority and prestige, she set herself against peasant farmers and made them her opponents. It's as though after hearing how much land the imperial officials lived on, she felt the need to go out and claim that amount for herself. She even claimed land for her son in his own empire. It's laughable. It's as if her family owned a big house and she'd carved "This is mine" on the dining room table. Ridiculous. Even things you hold in your hands or write on won't necessarily always be yours. Looking back on her now, we all see how foolish she was and how she was too involved in her own selfish narrowness. If someone told her that they owned 1,000 mu of land, which is equal to 67 hectares, she would compare it to her own 1,000 ching of land, which is equal to 15,130 hectares, and she would still be jealous. No matter how high she rose, her point of reference remained petty. Without access to a higher reference point, no one can become a true leader, one who nurtures nations, enriches the people, and links them to the divine. I feel that everyone, from officials and business people to manual laborers, should try to look a little further and have a little more perspective. One day there were 2 Buddhist scholars in my class. They were notable because they seemed to be utterly emotionless, apathetic even. It was as though they were wholly removed from the feelings of others. Perhaps they feared the harm that emotions could wreak. I told them I thought they likely believed sequestering their hearts would prevent destructive emotions and selfish passions. But they were merely suppressing emotions that were there regardless. Is it right to live a life devoid of emotion? To be truly alive and truly human, we must know feeling. If I felt only apathy, there would have been no class that day. No one present would have benefited. Feel! I believe that my emotions are very important. Without emotional connections, how would Jesus Christ have offered himself to save the world? Why would the spirits of the East have sworn to free us from the suffering of samsara? These acts were emotively inspired, but not by any random emotion. The difference lies in the kind, the limited versus the expansive. That's the only difference. It's like the difference between a light bulb and the sun. Both illuminate, but the range of the second surpasses all confines. It's a light shared with the whole of the world. In the same way, all true emotion comes from compassion. Without it, without feeling, without love, there would be no sun to warm the world, no moon, no life. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. I'd like to mention here that I don't self-cultivate just for self-cultivation's sake. I've always had objectives. My first objective was to relieve my physical suffering. My second was to develop skills that would free other people from the suffering of the world. Lastly, when I had understood Dharma and absorbed much of life's pain, I did it to access immeasurable strength. When I was young, I underwent extreme training in the martial arts. My hands were like bricks. If I hit something, it broke. But so many things that appeared fragile could still injure me under any number of circumstances, like if something small fell on my head. I realized that even though I had a powerful physique, I was still entirely vulnerable. After all my martial arts training, I understood how much strong muscle failed to protect me from so much, emotional onslaughts in particular. In so many ways, I was as vulnerable as I had ever been. Then I understood that true and lasting health had to come from the spirit itself, and that a spiritual broadness could offer physical benefits as well as psychological ones. I could live without fear. That's how I developed my third self-cultivation objective, and I knew what I had to do to become stronger. I used to have a lot of real enemies, you see. But I saw the foolishness of it. If you have enemies, then you will be harmed beyond a doubt. It draws harm to you. At long last, my shin destroyed my opposition perspective, for it had no enemies. It molded me until I could accept its essential truth without internal conflict. I'd been a knife, a fighting tool, and my shin, a millstone. It wore away my sharp edges and the weapon I had been, until there was no knife left. My hands are not knives now. There are no daggers left in my heart. Now I am able to look upon people without feeling enmity, because I see the good in everyone. And so I enjoy true inner peace. It's as though my shin is a mountain stream that flows into nature, bringing total tranquility where it wanders. I am safe from harm in the ultimate sense. I'm not saying that I cut myself off from all feeling, that I cloister my heart and can neither love nor be loved. I mean that I feel goodness for everyone I meet. I have that power and the strength not to be carried into selfishness, even when it's disguised as love. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. A person like that still has feelings. For example, a man with this power can fall for a beautiful, intelligent woman and still view her as her own person, while he remains a separate person too. He would not be consumed by negative passions that would harm either of them. The possessiveness is gone. It's like seeing an enchanting tree on the side of the road. You can appreciate its beauty without feeling the need to drag it out of the ground and take it home. A tree like that is perfectly beautiful where it is. Most of the benefits of wealth and material possessions are actually produced in our minds. We are the source, rather than the external object in question. If we err in thinking that happiness comes from possessing objects, we'll spend all our time fighting for things. Selfish love motivates such acts. Imagine 4 people showing up at the same time to dig up that poor tree and haul it home. Whoever managed to get the tree would have to defend it constantly, as the others would keep trying to steal it. This would be exhausting. And if the person with the tree lost it, he'd be enraged. What good would any of that do? Instead, you can simply enjoy the moment as you pass the tree on the street, allowing others to do the same. No harm, no pain, not to mention the gradual cultivation of more and more compassion. Let the birds fly free and the fish swim in the ocean, and then everyone is happier. Simply avoid bringing troublesome things into your homes, the one within and without. Compassion accesses infinite energy. How does the average person begin to develop that special kind of compassion? It starts with a single act of goodness. There's no need to rank it large or small. It should be performed blind to personal benefit or the status of the individual aided. Put your kindness into action with a sense of freedom, without want or need. A good approach might be to record your acts, both the positive and the less than ideal, in a monthly journal. Consider this a personal record of merit and karma. Make it a daily habit, noting how these acts, particularly the kind ones, affect you psychologically. Many times, after I've helped someone, I get to see how much better my help has made things for them. When I see their happiness, I feel great joy. I think I am even happier than they are. So often the happiest of all are those who enjoy helping people. It's one reason that doing good deeds is so wonderful for the self. Additionally, there's the fact that the people we help think and speak well of us. They also wish us well, and this creates a wonderful energy that benefits us and spreads to our children and grandchildren. Even the most common individuals and their descendants benefit from considering actions in light of their future fruits. Of course, there are many levels to this in terms of family reputation, good fortune, and so on. It's sort of like putting money aside for your children to inherit. Merit, or positive karma, can also be accumulated. At the same time, you are passing on positive behaviors. It's a matter of education, of avoiding disastrous excess and thinking forward. So when we help others, we develop better interpersonal relationships because our shin loses its internal saboteurs. Bitterness, maliciousness, and destructiveness all dissipate. This process can extend to business dealings. Buying only good quality products at good prices ensures few returns. Accepting returned items graciously encourages people to buy without worry. Customers feel assured of the excellence in your goods and the easy resolution of any difficulties. It's an obvious formula for repeat customers and overall success. Trying to cheat clients creates a lot of bad energy around your business and makes people hesitant to buy from you, even if you have what they want. This, too, can be seen as a difference in the breadth of shin. The larger the shin, the more likely the success of the business will continue. What we call compassion produces a particular energy. Compassionate action produces an unlimited amount of that energy. A compassionate heart-mind, or shin, is the means by which to access limitless energy and connects us to the loving energies of the whole universe. There is an equivalency of proportions between the breadth of your shin and the amount of energy you access. Even the smallest things matter. The big picture isn't always enough. This world isn't made of big things. It's made of fine details. So the finer your awareness, the greater your ability to connect to the world. Whenever I sing or play the chin, I send the music to the finest material level of the body, influencing energy meridians. It sets the soul to dancing. That's why some people feel so affected, so benefited. In part, it is a matter of tantric teaching. It's an energy that accelerates the basic human ability to advance and succeed. The result is a longer, renewed life. All this is the power of compassion. Lecture 2 on the meditation of greater illumination. For many of you, today will be the very first time you've practiced the meditation of greater illumination. As such, we're going to take some time to go over its active components and the specific visualizations that should accompany them. Illuminated body, illuminated mind. For the sake of alacrity, I'll often refer to the meditation as simply greater illumination. They're the most important terms in the name because the point of the practice is to learn to create an exceptional illumination of body and mind. Allow me to introduce the traditional Eastern concept of spiritual vision, or divine eyes, a vision unobstructed by solid matter. To people with such vision, we appear dense when ill, impenetrable. Though solid matter doesn't create a barrier, illness does. It makes the body heavy and dark and cast in ugliness. However, when we're relatively healthy, our forms appear clean, practically transparent, like the white light that shines through frosted glass. There's no impurity or darkness. Throughout the world, public meditation venues are predominantly Buddhist, which is the tradition that I come from. However, despite the basic truths they may teach, neither greater illumination nor the rest of what we learn here is religious in nature. They're non-denominational health practices with spiritual components. The purpose of illuminating the body is much the same as cleansing it. Greater illumination is designed to help clear pain and disease and achieve a brighter nature. Especially in Asia, you can buy bottled tea everywhere, and companies have distinguished themselves by making the tea less traditional, adding milk, sugar, and flavorings. So, here's the question. If you open a bottle of tea and a bottle of mineral water, which one will last longer? With all the added ingredients, the tea will go bad first. Many of the additives go bad quickly, and the more the tea contains, the worse it is for you. The mineral water remains good longer because of its relative purity. Cultivating to the point of illumination means removing the impurities, the illness-creating negative energies in the body. With fewer impurities, people enjoy stronger immune systems and may thrive in conditions that prove fatal to others. They're like diamonds, which start out as simple carbon or coal, but become strong and pure. The purer the diamonds, the more durable they become. The same applies to people. The less ego-defined, anxious, and mentally scattered, which are all examples of internal impurity, a person is, the better his or her health seems to be. People with nervous tendencies, for example, simply don't have it as good. When we mention purity of the mind, I am not implying that we should be ridding ourselves of all thought or trying to become blank slates. I mean being able to perceive and understand things from the purest place of objectivity and avoid the throes of flawed subjective perception. For example, a desperately poor student of mine was being pressured by his fiancée's mother to buy a diamond ring for their wedding. So I suggested that he get a good-looking fake. Why? Because neither a fake diamond nor a real one will ever be much use. Also, the fake can be enjoyed and cherished exactly as much. It's just as bright and shiny. Buying a real diamond would mean years of unnecessary hardship and toil for exactly the same symbol. It's the width and breadth of our vision that determines how thrilled or devastated we are. So both joy and suffering truly exist solely in the mind. Though some things in life are unavoidable and inalterable, we do have power over our reactions and thoughts. For that reason, Two people can experience a singular event in entirely different ways and have wholly different reactions. Purifying the mind through self-cultivation means giving yourself greater power over how events stimulate you. This is desirable because the more stimulating something is, the greater the power it has over you. And the greater the power it has, the greater its ability to hurt you. That's one of the benefits of greater illumination. It empowers practitioners, giving them the skills to master their own reactions. That's a simple, basic, practical reason to learn it. There are other reasons that are more profound. As your learning of them progresses, you'll continue performing all the same actions, but the visualizations will evolve and you'll achieve greater results. Please keep in mind that as people grasp the nature of the meditations differently, their results differ too. You're now starting out at the first level and will learn and benefit with time. The mudras. Today, mudras are often known as hand forms or hand seals. These translations apply because, traditionally, a mudra includes hand positions only. Ours are a little more advanced because they contain a number of other elements. For example, body motions and visualizations. As such, the term mudra seems more appropriate than hand forms or hand seals. Preparation. Stand with your feet about shoulder width apart. To judge this, your feet should be approximately 1 foot length or 2 hand widths apart, but it doesn't have to be exact. There's no need to worry about your breathing. Just make sure you're doing it, though it would be pretty impressive if you could skip it altogether. There is no set breathing technique, so just stand comfortably and breathe naturally. The Pure Heart Mudra. In the preparatory standing position, relax and center mentally and physically all over. Your gaze should be set straight ahead. The location in which we practice can be important. For the best results, practice facing plant life, particularly a tree. An old meditation master once told me that practicing with a young tree allowed both meditator and tree to grow. Essentially, it just means that for maximum benefit, we ought to practice with a living thing in front of us. Try not to practice with a smokestack or an electricity pole before you. Where possible, set your eyes on some green life. Keep your eyes relaxed and your gaze even. No intense glaring is required. Don't sweep your eyes back and forth. Even if you found yourself in a forest, you'd want to focus on a single tree because a single visual focus reinforces your mental focus. We're in Canada and a lot of the trees here lose their foliage for half the year. So I've been asked if the dead trees of winter are also appropriate for this practice. They are. They're actually still alive, albeit in a form of hibernation, like bears. So they're still perfectly fine for our meditation. Trees need only be alive for us to connect with them. Once your body is in place and your eyes are relaxed and facing a living thing, physically relax as much as possible without compromising your footing. Then do the same with your mind. Try to move into as clear and tranquil a mindset as possible. If you are practicing with a tree, say to yourself, I am the tree, and the tree is me. I have no concerns and fear neither heat nor cold. I am relaxed and at ease. I take in the nourishment of the world around me, accepting the permeating essence of both heaven and earth. This is the first part. Now, some people have a mental block about being a tree. It may be a matter of having difficulty making the imaginative leap. People dealing with that difficulty can try to imagine that there's a belt going around both them and the tree, like a tension belt in a machine, spinning on two wheels. You would be one wheel, the tree would be the other. The belt concept represents your body's energy flowing into the tree from one direction, and the tree's energy flowing into you from the other direction. If you enjoy colorful imagery, you can turn the spinning belt into an arcing rainbow of light, connecting with the tree in that way. Some highly conscientious students suffering from an illness actually have had concerns for the greenery they were working with. They worried that connecting with a tree in this way would sicken the tree. They worried needlessly. Different life forms react to the ill and healthy energies of one another differently. You won't infect the tree. Many parts of a tree, particularly fruit trees' bark and seeds, are also poisonous to humans. Not a problem for a squirrel, mind you. Different life forms, different effects. So just open yourself up freely and peacefully to the connection without worry. The third and last part of this mudra has to do with vision. Every living thing sees the world differently. Being human, you have a power of vision that is unique and can use that vision to connect more deeply to the green life of your focus. Think of all the eye problems we have. There's astigmatism and the farsightedness so common in the above 50 set. People who do a lot of reading, especially in dark places, develop nearsightedness. And while common, these are far from all the problems. This aspect of meditative practice is good for the eyes. It gives them a good ocular workout. It seems simple enough from the outside. You're just standing, facing a tree. But in reality, I'm purposely allowing the tree to go from very out of focus to in focus. Doing this repeatedly for 20 minutes a day can help with many vision problems. Look at the tree and take special note of all the branches. Then slowly consider its leaves, their veins, and any insects that may be on those leaves. If you keep yourself at peace, you'll notice the tree growing clearer and clearer to your eyes, even from a distance. There's a great deal to this technique that's highly beneficial. The eyes are a conduit not just for vision, but also for our energies and awareness. As you finish, slowly bring your eyes back so that the tree is no longer in focus, just like a camera gradually moving out of focus. You might imagine you're looking at something very close to you. Then close your eyes. If this is done at dawn as the sun is coming up, the experience can be very powerful. You'll experience great physical comfort and receive exquisite energies. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. The Amrita Mudra. In Asian cultures, the lotus flower has long been a symbol of purity and brilliance. For that reason, it serves our purpose in the Amrita Mudra. Amrita means ambrosia, or nectar. For many, the lotus is also a religious symbol. Whether you add that last significance to it or not will make no difference in the mudra's results. It's an added-on thought that can be put aside. Imagine that you are standing in a giant lotus flower, its petals splayed out around you. They're covered in the purest, most brilliant beads of morning dew. Bending at the waist, reach down with your right hand and collect one of the crystalline, liquid orbs between your thumb and middle finger. It holds its lustrous form in your hand, solid and translucent. As you straighten up, still cradling the dew, bring your right hand above your navel at about your sternum. Your palm should be turned up and your hand should be far enough in front of you so that neither it nor the dew touches your clothing. The Flower Mudra. Now, still holding the nectar of the Amrita Mudra, bend at the waist again and visualize that you are plucking a favorite flower with your left hand and holding it pinched between your thumb and index and middle fingers. The fingers and thumb should all be touching. Your palm should be forward facing, above your shoulder, and your fingers facing forward, resting at about nose level. Viewed from the left side, your fingers should be right around your nose, with your palm in line with your shoulder and just above it. Think to yourself, my body is merging with the sky. We are one. As you do, imagine that you are growing taller, taller than the tallest building. You're not confined by physical boundaries. Your body and mind are spacious and pure. And no matter how large you become, your feet remain in the lotus you began the Amrita Mudra with. You needn't worry about it. Its size and density match yours instinctively, supporting you until the closing of the meditation. The Infinite Mudra. Here our hands change position. Slowly, stretch your arms out to the side and up so that they gradually rise above your head. The visualization here is a little complex. As you stretch out your arms, maintain your relaxed, tall spaciousness in the sky. When I was learning this, I imagined that my right hand reached out to cradle the moon. My left hand, the sun. Spread your arms out into space, effortlessly collecting the beneficial energies of the universe. A student here from the United States once told me that he envisioned his arms reaching out across the world, all the way from Vancouver to California and then to the South Pole. Well, his style of visualization is also fine. It's a bit more concrete, perhaps, because he has a better sense of how far Vancouver and Los Angeles are from one another, but his concept of the distance and geography made it easier for him in the beginning. The truth is, the greater the openness and distance you can project for yourself, the better. You should be projecting yourself mentally beyond your usual self-definitions. The farther out you extend, the greater the net you become, catching the limitless energy that exists beyond your normal mental physical limits. Here on Earth, the energy in the atmosphere sometimes gathers in the form of lightning. These bright, streaking flashes of power and light are wonderful. But the Earth is also small in its own way, set in the universe's vastness. So stretching ourselves into that concept of vastness is most potent. The power that collects among the stars, solar systems, and galaxies becomes accessible with such thinking. The greatest energies are to be accessed by visualizing oneself out there, among the universal phenomena. Even if we haven't yet seen them in easily identifiable forms, like lightning, those energies are still there. Imagine them as light, either single or multicolored. Be they Eastern or Western, images and carvings of gods, spirits, saints, and inspired figures have one thing in common. At some point, they're surrounded by a unique light unlike anything controlled with a switch. That's the concept of energy we reference. We use that same notion of light, often colored, to grasp something seemingly abstract with greater ease, as they do in science fiction movies, for example. Health-wise, this manner of visualization can be very beneficial. First-hand evidence has proven as much, as have the experiences of those who've come before you. The truth is that when we enter a meditative state, we're able to borrow the imaginary to cultivate the real. Old people practicing Qigong may look foolish to the young, pushing and pulling at things that seem imaginary. But there is solid wisdom in what they're doing. It allows them to manifest real changes in their lives. Borrow the imaginary to cultivate the real is also referred to as using emptiness to make reality. For that reason, even though our physical arms don't actually stretch among the stars, we benefit as much as our mind allows us to through visualization. The mudra of universal connectivity. When the hands have slowly and gradually reached their zenith above our heads and we're experiencing the light energy there, that energy flows down through the head into our bodies. As it does, the body becomes translucent with brilliance. In much of Chinese meditation, great importance is placed on acupuncture points. So sometimes students ask which acupoint the light should flow in through. Don't bother with that here. It's unnecessary. Such specifications were devised to prolong life by the practitioners of certain schools of Taoism. Their methods are highly complex, so much so that 8 out of every 10 students make themselves violently and dangerously ill with its practice, despite in-depth training. We neither require that kind of knowledge nor take those unnecessary risks. Our method is very safe and healthful, salutary. You won't make yourself unwell with its practice. I've studied, tested, and considered the ancient techniques profoundly, and I've used the understanding that I've been taught to open a new path. Most of the energy we've discussed won't normally enter the body. The usual inroads are too narrow. and the channels through the energy meridians and pressure points used in Qigong and acupuncture are too small and limiting. Thus, I teach a different way of opening up, one that is all-encompassing. I've actually had particularly stubborn students come to me and say, "According to this book I found, energy should run down to my temple and then to the yin tong acupuncture point between the brows and then to the top of the nose. But it won't move down from there, and you've got to lift the tip of your tongue a bit and then let it fall." After 3,000 years of Chinese study in these arts, people are still doing themselves more harm than good with their application. I've been sought out by a number of those Taoists who requested help correcting the damage they've inflicted upon themselves. That sort of help is very hard to give, so if such details and concerns are swimming around your mind while you do this mudra, put them aside and simply relax. Relaxing, opening your mind and accessing greater energies is what meditation should be about, not getting caught up in unnecessary minutiae. The Wheel Mudra. Once you've finished the Connectivity Mudra, allow your hands to naturally come together above your head, fingers touching and forming an open tent, palm facing palm. Then let them move down together, one crossing to rest over the back of the other, until they're over your belly, just a little below your navel. Begin to move them in a relaxed but small counterclockwise motion, circling your belly button. Gradually expand the circle until your hands are encircling your whole belly. Concentrate on what you're doing. Let time and fatigue dissipate. Clear your mind and allow it to open to a state of emptiness. Slowly make the circle as big as you comfortably can, hands remaining one on top of the other. Don't worry if you realize that you're going in the wrong direction. It happens to me, too, when I am really relaxed. Just follow through. The motions and visualizations are the key elements. When your circles are as big as they'll get, gradually allow the circles to fall in, becoming smaller. Then, when they're as small as they'll get, switch directions and begin again with little circles, moving into bigger circles, only to slowly collapse inward once again. It doesn't matter if you make little mistakes in the execution, because the key is that you devote yourself fully to the mudra, both mentally and physically. No matter what you're doing, just make sure that it's gentle and gradual. Abruptness isn't beneficial. The True Fire Mudra. Your hands should be at your belly at the end of the Wheel Mudra. Leave them there. Imagine a warmth in your lower abdomen, beneath your hands, growing into a brilliant, fiery ball of light that radiates the most wonderful heat. Focus your mind there. This mudra is so simple, and yet some of my most amazing experiences have occurred during its practice. For example, when I was 13, I was doing a very easy meditation at night. In a meditative state, I visualized a ball of fire burning in me. I was very simple-minded at that age. Some things never change, I guess. I imagined this sphere of heat burning inside me, bright and red for I don't know how long. I was engrossed in the meditation for maybe 2 hours. Without my being aware, my body was giving off enormous amounts of heat. I was outside and the night was very cold, but I was literally burning up. What happened to me then was quite remarkable and perhaps best left for another time. But once I'd finished my closing exercises, I was shocked to realize just how cold the night really was. All of these mudras can be practiced individually. Maybe you will be inspired to do one specifically, deepening your discoveries with its focused repetition. Inspiration and healing touch. After you complete the mudra of true fire, you'll have accessed larger than normal quantities of beneficial energy. Direct it. How? By using your hands and patting your body all over, wherever you feel you ought. This is a crucial factor. Don't pat yourself where you think you should, but rather where you feel inspired to. The subconscious, often expressing itself through the body, knows things that the conscious mind cannot acknowledge. Though it may seem irrational to the thinking mind, the subconscious knows how to take this energy and where to direct it. This is what we mean in Bodhi meditation when we discuss inspiration. It's the knowledge that exists by means other than the rational, sequentially processing mind. It's a form of energy that leads to artistic brilliance, so-called sixth sense awareness, and other psychic phenomena. Let inspiration guide your hands as you pat your body, using the energy of your meditation to affect your latent energy more directly. Let your hands move naturally. Later, we'll be introducing the concept of inspired healing massage treatment. There, too, by allowing the subconscious to guide your hands, to decide whether to massage from head to foot, or to have no linear direction of treatment at all, will be part of the inspiration you'll learn to listen to. Whether the hands should be in contact with the skin or skim the air above the body, it's all part of the same thing. You'll be able to feel where a person's illness sits in their body and which areas to work with in order to help heal them. Even if the illness isn't necessarily located in that spot, sometimes it's still the best location for treatment. It's like an acupuncturist needling points to stimulate healing, even though the illness itself isn't in those points. Some people are naturally more aware of this inspiration than others for reasons of genetics and childhood conditioning. Explaining why some people seem to be naturally aware and some don't is complicated. However, after several days of practice, you'll begin to get a feel for that inspiration. In so doing, your ability to touch and to feel through touch will gradually surpass habituation and conscious limitations. The development of this skill is essential to the meditative treatment of illness. Breathing. There are many ways of visualizing breath, so I prefer again to use the concept of light. Breath is an energy source as well, after all. We can also see our bodies in terms of the energy they contain. Imagine that I perceive an illness-related energy as a gray color in my body. I can cleanse myself of it with a long out-breath, pushing it down and out into the earth through my feet, allowing the earth to absorb it. Once it has left my body, the breath no longer has access to me, and I can breathe in normally right away. I visualize that the in-breaths are healing medicine in the form of brilliant light. It feels wonderful and can be highly beneficial. As we do this healthful breathing, sending negative energies into the ground and breathing in positive ones, we reinforce the process with hand motions. Palms up, allow the hands to rise slowly on the in-breath from the lower belly to shoulder level, fingers of one hand pointing at the other. Then, on the out-breath, the hands rotate palm down, falling slowly to the lower abdomen. It's a bit like each breath is an injection of phenomenal healing potency, as if the ancient meditation masters had their own form of meditative injection. It amazes and delights me to think of it in those terms. Voicing the syllable ha. After the breathing, it's time to start using your voice by chanting the syllable ha 3 times. At this point, we have been fully charged with every form of life energy, be it light, chi, or any other for which there is no convenient word. Millennia of meditation experience, accumulated by founding masters and our meditating ancestors, attest to the fact that when there is so much universal energy in the body, it is vitally important to expel a small amount before long. Furthermore, it is best that this release be an intentional act, rather than haphazard. If this step is ignored, the energy may become a blockage or have other side effects that are non-beneficial. These most commonly manifest as lung, airway, and abdominal problems. Actually, this was not part of the training that I received. It's something that I learned by observing the difficulties that meditators from a variety of traditions experience. I observed the energetic stagnancy they could fall into. So I combined some of the internal Bagua techniques that I'd learned when I was younger. It seems to be an ideal method whose execution prevents huge amounts of trouble. As we exhale, we apply a little force at the dantian area, located just beneath the navel. In Qigong theory, this is the storehouse of the body's qi. Pull in your belly a little as you chant ha. You might even want to press your belly a little with your hands to help. This comes from my Bagua training. As you breathe out, imagine that there is a reserve of unneeded energy in your dantian and that it is tied to your out-breath. As you breathe out with the ha, expelling the air, you expel that excess energy. All of it. Let your ha be long and just let it out. It's okay to chant a little on the loud side too. Just imagine all the excess being purged. Of course, it's not a singing contest. We aren't competing to see whose ha is the longest and the loudest. Intone as best you can to ensure your comfort afterwards. The sturdier among us will likely have larger ha's. The Amita Mudra. Following the chanting of Ha, place your hands together, palm to palm, and chant Amita, letting the creation of the sounds begin in the area of the tailbone. They rise along the spine and through the neck to the head, yet still are connected to the base of the tailbone. Imagine orange-yellow light shining through the body with the sound. It rises up the torso, through the shoulders and head, and straight out into the sky. This mudra completely cleanses all the energy through our most critical bone segment, the backbone, with all of its acupoints and importance to the central nervous system, digestive functions, and internal organs. As such, the incorporation of the spine in this practice is highly significant. The practice also helps cleanse highly damaging or illness-causing emotions, such as fear. Some people seem naturally fretful. Others get scared easily. Still others are horror-stricken when something eerie happens, like when they find themselves in a place that suddenly sets their hair on end. Sometimes those feelings come forth because you've actually come in contact with something exceptional, a negative energy, or bad qi. People are especially prone to feel these things certain times of year, like at the Chinese Ghost Festival or Halloween in the West. These energies are actually always in our environment. So it's something in the individual that suddenly makes their effects so powerful. These situations are an excellent opportunity to practice the Amita Mudra. By chanting Amita either inwardly or out loud, you'll calm instantly and your body will relax its fear response. Intention will counter both fear and its after effects. Remember the light that shines up from the base of your spine, through your shoulders, head, and crown. Unhindered, it passes clear and brilliant through both flesh and bone, and then up and out into the beyond. Try this. It has been a wonderful help to other students. Though meditation is a broad discipline, it's probably clear that the meditation of greater illumination and the bulk of Bodhi meditation techniques are grounded in the power of visualized thought, meditative visualization. This is because of the deep-reaching, positive effects that this form of meditation can offer. It's my hope that by passing on these methods now, I can ensure their transmission to those to come, that illumination of body and mind will continue to lie within reach of all, and that they can attain it. Closing motions. After the Amita Mudra is done, step down from the lotus flower you've been standing in and take a half step forward. Allow yourself to return mentally to the normal world around you. Personally, I then find it highly beneficial to thank the earth, the sky, and any spiritual forces that may have assisted me during my meditation. To manifest that gratitude externally, I keep my hands palm to palm, bowing so that my index fingers point to my forehead between the eyebrows. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. Questions and answers. Master Jin Bodhi answers student questions following his address. Question. During the mudra of universal connectivity, should I hold my hands right above the crown of my head or forward a little? Answer. Hold them straight up above your head, but if they migrate forward a little, it's not a big deal. It's natural for them to want to wander ahead due to skeletal structure. It can be hard to keep them straight above the crown. Don't worry about the energy missing your head and flowing into your nose. If you visualize it correctly, then it will flow correctly. This is one area where less detailed people benefit. People who are really exact tend to want to get out a ruler. It's beneficial to relax the arm and release any muscle tension. Please bear in mind that relaxation of both body and mind is key in the practice of this meditation. The body should feel comfortable in any mudra or position during the process of meditation. Avoid any rigidity or stiffness in your practice. Question. When I'm doing the wheel mudra, can I allow my body to sway? Answer. It's okay if the body sways naturally, but don't intentionally incorporate a swaying motion. You should still feel physically comfortable if you're swaying. Additionally, the hands should not touch the belly. Keep them about 4 inches or 10 centimeters away from the body's surface. Question. What if my head sways when doing the wheel mudra? Answer. As long as it happens naturally and you don't start feeling dizzy, it's fine. Question. As a beginner, I know we're supposed to relax, but my arms ache when I raise them up for too long. I can't actually relax without letting them fall. Can I bring my arms down to rest, then put them up again? Answer. It's beneficial to hold them up until the mudra is finished. But if it's too difficult, then you may, of course, rest them for a bit before lifting them again. Your arms won't ache after a few days of continued practice. The relaxation we want to work with is a balanced state. Relaxation doesn't mean slumping over or lying down during standing meditation practice. By relaxation, we mean meditating naturally, not stiffly or self-consciously. I suggest you stand comfortably and relax the mind first. The body will follow suit. Question. When I am visualizing the light entering my body, Can I visualize the light also going into my parents or people I know who are ill? Answer. I suggest improving your own health first, then helping others, but I'm glad that you thought of this. It shows compassion. Question. How far should I stand from a live tree? Answer. You should be able to see the whole tree. Don't stand too near because your eyes will tire if you do. This tiredness generates distraction, which negatively impacts the meditation. To be accurate, any distance from 150 to 300 feet, about 50 to 100 meters, is acceptable for a big tree, and at least 65 feet, or 20 meters, for a small one. Question. I used to think I smelled something sweet whenever I first practiced the meditation of greater illumination. Now I can't smell it. What happened? Answer. That's a normal phenomenon. Some people smell fragrances, some hear melodies or songs, and some think they hear bells ringing. These experiences are pleasant and difficult to describe. Simply put, you're becoming proficient at meditation, and it is having remarkable benefits on you, physically and mentally. The incense or other fragrance that you notice during meditation has been called a number of things by ancient practitioners. The religious believed that it was evidence of having come in contact with a benevolent spirit of some kind. Regardless of what they thought or how they referred to it, it's evidence that the practitioner has entered a meditative state. Irrespective of the phenomenon manifesting as a fragrance or melody, it means that a moment of highly beneficial proficiency has occurred. It's a beautiful indicator of having progressed. You can congratulate yourself for it. However, please don't cling to any sound, image, or other phenomena during meditation. Do not let your mind pursue them. Let them go. They may return. They are nothing compared with the after effects of meditation practice, which we have yet to discuss. These are much greater and far-ranging. Still, when you've meditated to the point that your awareness is in a meditative realm, there are amazing experiences to be had. It doesn't change the fact that the more you chase after such experiences, and the more you want to repeat ones you've already had, the more elusive they become. Question. I practiced Qigong for about 3 years. We had a practice that involved stretching our arms up and holding them there. We learned to make our palms grow hot then. When I practice this meditation technique, it also happens. Is that a good thing? Answer. It is not beneficial for you to apply Qigong techniques to this meditation practice. Try your best to forget them during Bodhi meditation. I suggest that you bring the Meditation of Greater Illumination DVD home. Watch it and carefully follow the instructions. You can do the visualizations with your eyes open. Hopefully, after practicing this technique for a while, you'll let go of your old techniques. I don't mean that your Qigong techniques are not useful, but they are not meant to be mixed with Bodhi meditation. Because the energy generated from palms and body as a separate and limited entity is limited and unstable, the most effective meditation uses mudras and visualizations to access the healing energy of the universe. We call this borrowing the imaginary to cultivate the real. Its effectiveness is proven, and this is the method that my students benefit from. With that final question, our session has come to a close. I'd like to thank you all for sharing in it. Lecture 3 on the Meditation of Purity. Let's consider the meditation of purity and the theories behind the guided visualization techniques of this static Bodhi meditation. Human existence is complicated. Things are complex from the moment we leave the womb, and whether we understand what's going on around us or not, our brains are constantly engaged. As such, we quickly grow tired whenever an extra mental task is added to the basic requirements of living. When we are fatigued, our basic ability to function decreases, leading to illness. Sitting meditation is a way to bring all the activity of the mind into a state of pure tranquility. As such, the meditation of purity is a meditative health practice offering mental and physical wellness by enhancing our connection with a higher state. Additionally, this connection allows us to develop wisdom and, eventually, enlightenment. Mind is not easy to harness. With this healthful objective identified, it is then a matter of leading the mind to utter tranquility, a mental purity. Ancient meditation masters experimented with techniques and formulated many paths to attain that state, but the general end result can be summed up with this advice: sit and don't think. Common sense, perhaps, but how realistic is this? From the instant of birth, the brain leaps into action and never stops processing, absorbing, and working throughout its lifetime. Suddenly, we tell this lively and habitually busy organ to stop, sit motionless, do nothing. Often, there is no precedent for this, so the brain doesn't know how to respond. This can create frustration in new meditators who think, control my thoughts? Stop them? Before a few moments of meditation have passed, their minds have already wandered without them even being aware that it happened. This is because the subconscious mind becomes involved. And, quite unlike the conscious control we can exert over a hand to still it for a few minutes, mastering the subconscious is much more elusive. I'd like to share with you a story about a Buddhist monk. It's called The Tale of the Tiger Woman. One day a monk decided he'd like to have a few disciples of exceptional quality and potential join him. Disciples who were pure of heart, clear of mind, and without earthly desires. To his dismay, he soon found that the students he'd accepted began to talk back, steal, and act in ways that were not constructive, especially when it came to their pursuits of the opposite sex. Frustrated, he dismissed them and left to find some peace. 20 years later, the monk was living as a hermit atop a mountain. There, he enjoyed leisurely days beneath the bright sky. The mountain was dense with plant life. When he was hungry, he gathered fruits and nuts. When he was thirsty, he drank from the mountain springs. He was happy. If he'd found himself in the distant Kunlun Mountains, life would have been a travesty. For without offerings from the devout, he'd only have what little grass he could pull from the ground to fill his stomach. He was fortunate indeed. Time passed and the monk aged to the point where he knew he'd eventually need care and support. He said to himself, "I've studied so much Dharma and so much meditation. It's definitely time to bring this learning to the people. I'll be smarter about it this time. I'll find a very young child, one who has yet to be corrupted by his home environment and understands nothing of the world. Then I will raise him to be pure." And so he did. The child was raised in an environment of simplicity and purity, eating from the trees when he was hungry and drinking from the springs when he was thirsty. However, the old monk still needed things that could only be purchased in the village, such as oil for the lamps, so he'd go down and fetch them from time to time, leaving the child up on the mountain. By the time the boy grew to about 13 years of age, the old monk's health was beginning to fail. He knew that soon he wouldn't be strong enough to make trips to the village. It was time to show the boy how to get there and buy the things they required. "I must be more careful this time," thought the monk. "I must ensure that he won't be turned by the things he sees in the village or run off like my earlier disciples, who were so easily distracted by women." The old man laid down some ground rules for their visit to the village. "I cannot stress the importance of keeping your wits about you down there, my lad, for there are powerful, vicious tigers in the village." Terrified, the boy asked, "What do tigers look like? How will I know them?" "Their skin will be lighter than ours, their eyebrows curved and slender, their faces free of any beard, their gait flowing and graceful, their dress lovelier than ours, and their voices sweeter and finer," said the monk. "Take every care not to draw their attention." And so they descended into the village, and the boy experienced the marketplace for the first time. After a moment of distraction, the monk turned to find that he had lost sight of his charge. He searched in vain, finding him only as the sky darkened. "My disciple," said the monk, "is there anything you've seen that you like? Tell me, and I will buy it for you who have never seen the novelties of the world down the mountain." The boy was delighted. "Oh, thank you, master, for I would very much like a tiger." Ever more decrepit, the monk did not remember the tall tale of village tigers he had told the boy. "A tiger?" he asked. "I want one of those!" shouted the boy, pointing at a young girl. The monk was enraged. "So you, too, are of that unworthy nature! It seems that all my learning has been wasted and will die with me." And so the monk was undone, his life ending in frustration. Obviously, this tale is intended to inspire thought-provoking questions as to the nature of purity. As we grow, we all develop the same basic range of emotions and desires. They're innate to the human condition, and, as such, our initial childhood purity is only a temporary state. There is no way to live every day as a fresh, blank page. Even a naturally pure environment, such as the mountain in the story, would normally be subject to storms and fog. If a state of perfect order existed in this world, it would be most unnatural. Certainly, we may encounter things in life that appear to be absolute perfection from afar, but that impression is rectified upon closer inspection. There are many cultures and people in the world who believe humanity is the highest life form because of its intelligence, range of emotions, creations, and complexities. However, we often use these qualities negatively, as seen in our destructiveness and our tendency to overthink and deplete ourselves. Simple irrational thinking leads us to pain and hardship. Truly unaligned thinking, ayanisa, is more destructive and brings illness. How then do we deal with illness definitively, rooting out the actual cause? With the mind and the cultivation of an ever-increasing tendency toward relative purity. Someone very wise came up with the concept of fighting like with like, poison with poison. In our context, that makes sense. It simply isn't realistic to expect a person to stop thinking or not desire a mate. Both behaviors are natural manifestations of being alive, so they lie beyond our ability to bar them by ordinary means. Why not go with the flow? Not to be carried away in a deluge, but rather by progressing in a directed and intentional manner. After all, the purity that I've been referencing is a state in which the mind's thoughts are not chaotic and random, but rather focused and beneficial. That's the purity to aim for, and the reasoning behind the Meditation of Purity's methodology. The majority of meditation instructors tell their students, "Come to study and you will be empty." Well, for most people, that's actually impossible. Guided visualization leads to purity. What does meditative calm to the point of emptiness mean to a mind wrapped in perpetual disorder? Instead of emptiness, I suggest that people harness the mind's natural overactive tendencies and offer productive guidance in constructive thinking, thinking aligned with true reality. This guidance comes in the form of beneficial visualization. Rather than instructing students to eradicate all thoughts outright, I guide them to focus their thinking in a healthful direction that leads away from pain and illness. This path, these visualizations, lead to the purity of meditative emptiness. If this state is attained while the connection between mind and body is total, then benefits will be phenomenal. So we start with the quieting and focusing of the mind, for it's only with tranquility that determined effort can be fully applied to the visualizations. As the concentration and calm of the mind deepen, we gradually attain purity. This whole process can be called meditation, as can the state of purity that is achieved. We progress from being fraught with scattered, fragmented thoughts and intentionally return to a basic natural state. This state, or purity, combined with true understanding and determination, can deepen composure to the point where it becomes Sunyata Samadhi, the composure of emptiness, the non-state. People in this state have broken their incessant chain of thinking and have no thoughts, suffering, or mundane impermanent happiness. It is the state in which a practitioner releases the illusion of an independent, disconnected self and the grasping, fearful possessiveness inherent in that small self. Freed from these limitations, the individual no longer suffers. It's not a matter of religion, but of meditation, as philosophical Buddhist theory is entirely derived from self-cultivation practices. Self-cultivation leads to the preservation of health and the development of wisdom. The very reason Buddhist Dharma can also be called Tao, or the Way, is because this Dharma is a conduit to true, unimpeded understanding of the nature of self and seeing the broader world with this understanding. The historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, Sakyamuni Buddha, is the greatest of all meditation masters. He explains the ultimate benefit of meditation in the Perfect Wisdom Heart Sutra. Here he discusses neither the origins of self-cultivation practices nor the processes involved in their study, simply the final results. The meditation of purity is an example of fighting like with like, poison with poison, as applied to meditation. It channels chaotic thought into a single, highly beneficial stream. It is possible to do the same with destructive thinking. However, stopping thought outright ranges from being extremely difficult to absolutely impossible to achieve. That is why the meditation of purity is so valuable. In the Chinese city of Chengdu in Sichuan province, there is a dam called Dujiangyan, on a great tributary of the Yangtze. There are many famous historical records concerning the dam because 2,000 years ago, the river began to flood the entire flat-bottomed basin of Chengdu city. Water would burst over its banks in the first days of summer, turning Sichuan province, normally known as the Land of Abundance, into the Land of Natural Disaster. The waters causing this calamity were born from the glaciers of the Himalayas, whose summer melting funneled into small streams that converged over time and many leagues. The accumulation of rainwater engorged the flow until it burst from the mountains. The lands cradling the river became scenes of hellish torment. The people of those areas sought out a great man, Li Bing, who had studied the natural laws of water, early hydrology, and military strategy in depth. He belonged to that class of ancient natural scientists who were as knowledgeable as those we have now in most ways, but who excelled beyond present-day standards in others. Li Bing and his son worked as a team, spending 30 years in the flood region creating an effective system of management. Something he wrote during that time affects me deeply. Allow me to relate it as best I can. Where there is water, it may be guided, but never imagine it can be simply stopped. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. The basic truth is that humans must have thoughts and are defined by their capacity for thought. But all human thought can be directed, even illness-related, unaligned thought. What is the best way to guide it? With education, such as you are receiving here in class, regarding the sources of your illnesses. Illnesses that may stem from heredity, but are often rooted in emotion. How many of those illnesses caused by unhealthy emotion are unavoidable? I had a student whose mother-in-law insisted that he place a diamond ring on her daughter's hand, despite his being extremely poor. Eventually, he was able to get a ring for his wife, but could only afford a fake. It looked good, though, and since no one told his mother-in-law it wasn't real, she was pleased. However, if she learned the truth, I bet she'd instantly die of rage. But since she doesn't know, she's happy and everything is good. The thing is, the fake diamond is actually as good as a real one in this case. Would either affect the mother-in-law's life? Not at all. The ring's importance was produced entirely in her mind. It is an error in her thinking, an unaligned impulse that she acted upon. Now, some might ask if the diamond is of no real importance, why should it matter if the mother-in-law finds out? If she found out, she'd become enraged, and while she might eventually calm down, the tides of strong emotion, the waves of passion, would leave lasting and critical effects on other individuals. While there are emotional reactions that are likely unavoidable, in a large number of situations, like the one I've just described, having a different perspective would simply wash the negative emotion away and free the individual from onslaught. For that reason, the meditation masters of ancient times, in their wisdom, taught the adoption of a broader, clearer perspective to escape this aggression. This perspective eradicates harmful emotions and prevents the rise of illness in the body. For that reason, people who have truly attained sainthood are cautious in a manner very different from ordinary folk. The mother-in-law I was just discussing is subject to great highs and lows of the psyche because she desires the diamond and what it represents. If she didn't, then the chaotic thrill of having it on her daughter's hand would never have manifested, and neither would the potential throes of anger and pain upon learning the truth. The presence of that desire determines all the rest. Your regular Joe has worries that follow that pattern. If I eat that food, will I burn my mouth? Will I react badly to this? If I steal something, will I be caught and punished? The fears and cautions are based on a dread that's derived from thinking of an action's results, its potentially negative consequences. Meanwhile, saints, so to speak, are cautious in a very different way. They're cautious of erring internally, psychologically. That's because psychological misdeeds, such as unaligned intentions, lead to their equivalence in erroneous external action. They are the root cause of the negative results that are feared by average people. For that reason, it was written in Sutra that bodhisattvas respect the cause, while mortals respect only the consequence. Cultivate purity in your daily life. The meditation of purity is a simple and easily acquired practice that guides practitioners into a state of pure tranquility. You only need to prepare a little before settling into your meditation. Relax your whole body first, so that you are carrying no detectable stress or worry in your muscles, face, or posture. Say to yourself, "Now I will meditate, and even if the sky should fall to the earth, I will pay it no mind." It's an important attitude. Nowadays, we live with a lot of pretty amazing communication technology. Landlines, cell phones, computers, email, In fact, a lot of teenagers are singularly focused on being in communication with their peers. They roll out of bed and check their email before they even go to the washroom. There's an anxiety in them, and they're desperate to know if anyone wanted to contact them overnight. They have their cell phone going 24/7, underlined by that sense of desperation. Sometimes I wonder if the world blew up. Would their last thought be, "How will people get a hold of me?" This obsession comes from a place of unnamed fear, and it prevents full relaxation. Even when it's time to lie down and go to sleep, that fear is there. It's almost like there's a connection linking the whole body to an email address or the vibrations of a cell phone. That's why it's always best to turn off every phone in the house before bedtime. Otherwise, at a certain level, most people will never be at rest. For that reason, modern humanity is finding it harder and harder to honestly feel at peace. If we've forgotten our cell phone at home and are stuck at work, we spend the whole day agitated like an ant on a hot plate. So how do we find real peace now? Well, we're on the 5th day of a 12-day retreat. You've had your phones off the whole time, but your hometowns haven't blown up, have they? It's probably been fine so far, and it's likely to continue being fine until the end of this retreat. If there's going to be a real major disaster of some kind, getting a phone call won't prevent it. Put these fears and worries aside. They're illogical and do you far more harm than good. I had a student call me once and request my blessing. I asked, "What for now? Are you getting on another plane?" "That's right, I have to take another flight." "Every time you have to take a flight, you get so wound up and scared." "I can't help it. I feel like I'm getting ready for my execution each time." She actually said that. I asked her why she felt that way. This is how she explained it. "I'm 28 and unmarried. I've saved money and never even gone out for a fine meal. I'm terrified of dying before I really get to live my life." Having once heard her lose her temper and badger her counterpart mercilessly, I thought, where was that woman now? Why was she so soft-spoken at that moment? I remembered the words of an ancient saint. "Facing death, birds cry out in sorrow, while people speak with kindness." Of course, there was no horrific plane crash despite her fear that death was following her onto the plane. Her level of anxiety seems excessive to most people. She was worried about injury or having her quality of life affected, even dying. But she's not alone. A great deal of the anxiety we produce comes from the desire to live and improve our lives. But being constantly nervous and wound up doesn't do much to improve anyone's existence. It's very common for people to get that way about money. Life is for living, and you can't take it with you when you die. I'm not saying that it's a good idea to throw away all your money on a mad shopping spree, but many of us are ruining our lives with worry, particularly about finances. We've cast ourselves into a kind of slavery to the dollar. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. I say it's possible to be relaxed and at peace while working and earning money. Moreover, it improves quality of life exponentially to do so. I'm certain that being relaxed and the higher quality of life it brings improve the results and the rewards of work. We practice self-cultivation. We seek to be good people. At the same time, we strive for material success, familial harmony, attractiveness, and health, and to be good parents. Some of us also wish to be successful meditators. Well, it's all connected. We meditate to improve our lives overall, not just to say we're meditators. There are many benefits to meditation, but improvements in present and future health are the main ones. It's strange how people commit to their jobs for the same reasons they meditate. They want to improve their lives. And yet it isn't uncommon for people to acquire tunnel vision when it comes to their work. There's a manic quality to the way they labor and stress over earning and saving money. It results in a very unhealthy discord until they've earned enough money. Unfortunately, their bodies are usually wrecked by that point. How have their lives improved? The damage to the body is often long past repair. What we call cultivating purity first requires the relaxation of the physical body and the application of an indomitable state of mind. So turn off all your devices and lock them away. Forbid them from having the slightest power over you. Put on some loose, comfortable clothing and settle in a spot that is conducive to calm. If you sit in meditation like that for half an hour every day, it will be of enormous benefit to your health and your life in general. In the last few days, we've discussed the many other factors that influence health, but half an hour of deep relaxation daily really makes a difference, especially if it's done in the morning. Meditation in the evening is good too, just different. I was taught meditation at night, and that is often when I do it. For people who have regular 9-to-5 jobs, pre-sleep meditation is valuable. But the morning option is one to consider seriously. How our mornings go often determines the rest of the day. So if you start your day from a place of tranquil happiness, the rest of the day will follow suit. The after effects of good meditation may help you avoid errors in action or speech during your workday. It allows everything to run more smoothly. This is one of the miraculous aspects of self-cultivation practice. Meditation at night positively affects the following day. Regardless of time, it helps build a productive blueprint in the mind. This blueprint is a plan for the day. It's the mind saying, "Look, I've just experienced feelings of compassion, openness, peace, joy, sacredness, fortune, inspiration, and a bit of enlightenment. So that's what I'm going to carry into the rest of my world." If you doubt this, consider the power of horrible feelings, be they anger, worry, or unhappiness. Some people bring those feelings into their days, much to the chagrin of self and others. Such things clearly make a difference. To see real results, move to deep relaxation and toward progressively greater compassion. The importance of practicing consistently is crucial. Unless it's absolutely impossible to do because of an unusually busy day, practice meditation daily. Your normal routine should include meditation. Don't worry if the time is short. Just do it every day and you will start seeing results quickly. The results that meditators experience are traditionally called merit. They arise when two indispensable factors are practiced together: methodology and consistency, a combination known as Gong Fu in Chinese. Why? Because if you practice a well-focused craft regularly, you become skillful at it. As you grow more skilled in meditation, the results begin to reach a point where they seem extra mundane, miraculous. It's the same as in any other practice. Someone who works out regularly will be more fit than someone who doesn't. Constancy, rather than infrequent excess, is essential. It's logical. If you study a foreign language an hour each day for 1 year, you'll become pretty proficient. Now, if I decided I was going to be clever and speed things up, I could study 24 hours a day for a whole week. Even if I went through with this plan, my English would not be nearly as good as if I studied throughout the year. The preciousness of consistency must be fully appreciated. It allows merit to manifest. People wonder about the extra mundane. They ask themselves if they will develop the required merit, the mental fortitude that is the basis of such experiences. With purity in your heart and diligent and consistent practice in your external life, I believe that the probability of such experiences is high. Personally, I've had remarkable experiences of that kind, and that's not to say that mine are the most impressive. Over the last several thousand years, many people in China, India, and the Western world have done the same, particularly the meditating self-cultivators of Asia. As such, there isn't a single Asian saint who was not a meditator. And of all meditation methods, sitting meditation, like the meditation of purity that I'm teaching here, was the most common. For that reason, I believe that this method can benefit every individual on the planet, regardless of ethnicity or culture. In European-based cultures, young people have a much broader perspective than ever before. They've already surpassed the confines of their traditional cultural biases in many ways. This has happened because their mental and physical needs are not being fulfilled by what lies within their native cultural limits. They're seeking something more expansive, philosophical, healthy, and advanced. Among all the Asian things that they're trying, meditation has garnered the greatest amount of interest. We have a copy of a show done by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation about a Frenchman, Matthew Ricard, PhD, who became a Tibetan Lama. I forget what he was studying exactly, but he went to the Himalayas and Nepal to study meditators. He became enthralled and decided to take monastic vows, which he held for 20 years. Before he returned to his Western life, he met with some scientists and they agreed to research brain waves together. The scientists used instruments to monitor Ricard's meditation-influenced brain functions and then made an interesting announcement. They called him the happiest man on earth. To me, this means that Westerners and Easterners alike can learn and benefit from these methods. It's a good thing, since meditation is rising in popularity throughout Western cultures. The method that I teach is designed to be the most convenient and the best at getting you started on your path. You've likely noticed that it isn't the same as meditative experiences described by other sources. That's because I've removed the purely religious elements from the meditation to make it as accessible as possible. What a person does or doesn't believe in shouldn't be permitted to hold him or her back. Just practice and the results will come. The true essence of meditation study is to take practitioners beyond socio-cultural conditioning and give them sight that transcends external form and name. A sight that allows them to overcome limitations formerly set by deceptive trappings, such as clothes and concerns about image and reputation. Surpass the concepts of religion, culture, gender, and every theory that you knew regarding national boundaries, ethnicity, race, and language, and leave them all behind. They are forms without substance. Let go of your illusions. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. In fact, just advising you to surpass those things may seem like a bit of a leap beyond the norm. Some of you who came here expecting Buddhism are probably asking yourselves, what kind of teachings are these? This flies in the face of centuries of tradition. It's not Buddhism. Even the meditations are different. And you're right. Where cultural Buddhism does one thing, I have done another because I'm teaching people to wake themselves up. I'm setting them on that path, not training them to become Chinese Buddhists, as defined by a specific culture. These teachings are new, but their base, their root, is derived from a deep wisdom regarding the self and the working ways of reality. By following this path, growth will happen and learning will occur. And even the smallest growth of this kind accomplishes wonders. Lecture 4: Guidelines for Practicing Meditation. There are areas we need to pay attention to when practicing our meditation exercises, and this is going to be our topic today. There are many categories of principles for meditation practice. I'll focus on a few important ones. Flowing water doesn't corrupt. Pure water doesn't corrupt. The same applies to human beings. Physical exercise and meditation. Firstly, we need to move, to do physical exercises. The lifestyle of a couch potato doesn't work for our bodies. Some people like to lie on the sofa after a meal and watch TV. Once this becomes a habit, our body weight increases and we become lazier and lazier. If we watch TV while lying on the sofa, time passes very quickly. We could lie there for 2 or 3 hours without realizing it. This is not good for our health. Not only didn't we move, but the TV gave us too much stimuli that we didn't need. Some people have allergic reactions after watching TV. They sneeze and have watery eyes. Some feel discomfort around the heart or cold all over. Others develop an ailment around their shoulders and along their spine. People working with computers often develop similar symptoms. Even when we just use the internet for 1 or 2 hours continuously, we might feel uncomfortable. Some people may have trouble breathing smoothly or fully opening their eyes. They may have to keep rubbing their eyes and they constantly feel itchy. All these symptoms are caused by the negative influence brought on by the electrical energy. If we persist in watching TV, facing a computer screen, or using electrical devices, especially those with the energy of the light, we'll notice that our health is being negatively influenced by these activities. Many people would agree with me on this issue. If you have worked with computers for over a year, you might have started to develop some kind of physical ailment. If you've worked with computers for more than 3 years, things could be even worse. However, nearly all professions and industries use computers nowadays. So what can we do to protect ourselves? We can't change the outside world, but we can change ourselves. How? By improving our physical fitness, adopting a healthy diet, and resting well. We've seen that we could have harmed our health through some very normal activities like watching TV. So it's vital that we do physical exercises and keep fit. We have to move for our health. Secondly, we need calmness. And the best way to attain calmness is through meditation. The physical movements and exercises are outer activities. We can see them. There's another kind of movement, an inner movement, and it is meditation. The Chinese words qi are very interesting. They mean the movement of inner energy. The circulation of blood in the blood vessels, the functions of the digestive system, and the interactions among internal organs are all inner movements. For example, after we eat, our liver, kidney, and spleen absorb the nutrients and energy from the food. How can we maintain the smooth functioning of these organs and keep the tracts free of obstacles? How can we cleanse them? Through meditation. Why meditation? Let me give you an example. Let's say we scoop some water from a natural river and pour it into a big transparent bucket. Then we observe the water. It's a mixture of sand, mud, pieces of plants, and leaves. We leave it there for a while and then notice some stuff starts to move and sink. I remember when I was a child, we used to live in a house with a roof made of dried mud. When it rained, the roof leaked. My mother would put a big basin out to catch the drops. After a night, the basin was full. Mother would warn us not to drink the water since it was a mixture of rain and mud. But she wouldn't let us pour it out either. She said it came from the sky and would taste sweet and nice. So she would leave the water there for 2 days. After that, a thick layer of sediment appeared on the bottom of the basin, but the water above was clear. We then spooned the water out and drank it. The water tasted really sweet. The same thing applies to the water scooped out of the river. We can observe the process of sedimentation in the bucket. Heavy stuff sinks slowly to the bottom. Light stuff like plant pieces rises to the surface. The water in the middle turns clear. We know that the fewer impurities in the water, the clearer it looks. Meditation has the same effect on our body and mind. This is one of the reasons why meditation can benefit our health. It allows us to calm down. Thus, our body and mind start a process similar to the process of sedimentation. The heavy elements will sink and be discharged through exhales, sweat, or excretion. The light elements will rise and float away from our consciousness. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. This is magical. Meditation is a magical process. You can filter out a lot of attachments that induce suffering in yourself and let them go. You will think, "Oh, how could I be so angry at such a small matter? How could I be so bothered by it?" You will filter out these thoughts. Meditation helps us see through things and get to know the truth in everything. Although it's hard to use words to describe how this works, I'll try my best to explain it to you. When our body and mind enter a calm state, our thoughts become pure. We become observers instead of engagers. When our consciousness observes our body, mind, and heart, many things become clear to us. Through meditation, we come to a better understanding of everything, including our thoughts. We can tell if our thoughts reflect the whole picture and the truth. We then can see everything more clearly. Thirdly, if we want to be completely healthy, we need to enter a state of mind where we have a profound understanding of everything. Meditation helps us achieve this. Of course, if we don't meditate, we might be able to achieve this too. However, it'll be difficult. Although many paths lead to enlightenment, many of the sages of ancient times went through meditation to grow from an ordinary person to a person of great wisdom and integrity. Meditation was a tool they used. Indeed, it is a very useful tool. Let me give you an analogy. Many of you came to Vancouver by airplane to attend this class, and it took you a few hours to fly here. But imagine if you walked or rode a horse from where you live to Vancouver. That would have taken days. You see that taking the airplane is a faster way to travel. Meditation is our airplane. It's a necessary tool for us to get to know who we are and to profoundly understand the outside world. Through meditation, we'll notice many things that were unknown to us before. We can remove many psychological barriers in ourselves. Once we see the essence of these barriers, they will disappear. Our illnesses could disappear. We could be healed. Some people's illnesses might have come from a knot in their heart. What's a knot in the heart? Take strings as an example. A string is originally straight, but if we tie a knot in it, it becomes a knotted string. If we tie more knots and loops on top of that knot, the knotted strings will get mixed together. I remember a line from a Chinese song. Life is a ball of tangled strings. It's hard to pull out any string from this tangled mess. It's difficult to sort them out. So you see, a knot in our heart is sometimes caused by several conditions. If we could find a way to separate the strings, we could see that each string is just a straight line. They formed a mess because someone mixed and tangled them together. Meditation seems to bring the tangled strings back to their original state, clear and without confusion. Thus, we see things clearly and thoroughly. If we want to be healthy, we need to pay attention to the 3 important points I mentioned previously. The first and second points are about 2 kinds of movement: external movement, such as physical exercises, and internal movement, such as the meditation process. During meditation, the seemingly still elements actually move. It's a clearing and settling process. The third point needs to be experienced before we really can understand it. A healthy diet. Now I'll talk about the second set of principles: a healthy diet. Some meditation practitioners have reached a state of natural fasting. I say natural fasting because they didn't force themselves to fast. They just stopped eating naturally. This state is good. However, we can't force it to happen. Starving ourselves will harm our health. One can only hope, but not force this state to happen. Let's now focus on a normal, healthy diet. We know the healthy way is the balanced way. To ordinary people, the concepts of a healthy diet are: if one feels weak, one should take extra supplements, and if there is too much of something in one's body, it needs to be discharged. Maybe we can find a middle ground in terms of eating and drinking by avoiding foods with very strong masculine energy and not always eating foods with feminine energy. However, this balance depends on each person's constitution. In Chinese philosophy, everything between earth and sky is categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Accordingly, there are 5 basic types of human body constitution. Food interacts with your body constitution. For example, if your body is the fire type and one day you eat a handful of peanuts and another handful of cashew nuts, you might suffer constipation the next day, or acne may occur. This would show that your body can't stand dried nuts that have high masculine energy and are high in calories. Fire-type people would benefit from eating more green vegetables and drinking soups. You'll get to know your body constitution through the foods you eat. On the other hand, your diet should complement your body. However, you have to watch out not to go to the extreme. If you are the water type, your body will have more feminine energy and you will have an even temper. Different types of body constitutions have different outer manifestations. If you have little masculine energy, you'll tend to have a low body temperature. Your eyes probably won't look sharp, and you will tend to gaze at people tenderly. Other manifestations might include soft hair and a voice that isn't strong. You may not walk with your back straight. You might suffer from diarrhea, belly pain, indigestion, or other minor ailments often. People with this type of body constitution will benefit from eating high-calorie foods. If you identify your body type, you can use food to balance your body's energy. How to balance it is up to you. I want to remind you that the original attributes of foods are changed when they are processed. Examples are treated rice, flour, and vegetables. When a young cob of corn is boiled in water, its energy is cooling, not neutral. Therefore, eating boiled corn and drinking the water is beneficial to people who often have excessive heat in their bodies. The attributes of the same kind of young corn change if it is grilled. Food grilled on fire, since fire has high energy, and food fried in oil become high in calories and difficult to digest. Let's use pizza as an example. If you cook a pizza, leave it for 3 days, and then steam it, its fire energy will be mellowed. The steam will soften and loosen the hard particles in the pizza. If you eat this pizza, you'll be fine. The only problem is you need to have good teeth. If you wear dentures, be careful. They might get stuck in the pizza. So you see, the nature of certain foods is not fixed. Fresh apples have neutral energy, but if you grill or fry them, their energy will be different. A specialty dish in northeastern China is called stir-fried sugar apples. These apple slices are very high in calories. Next, we need to pay attention to the amount of food we take in. Our stomachs are stretchable. People who are used to 1 bowl of rice at each meal will feel uncomfortable if they eat 2 bowls of rice. But people who are used to 3 bowls of rice won't feel full after 2 bowls. However, habits can be changed. In fact, they can be changed in just a week. The capacity of your stomach depends on how much food you give it to hold. You can reduce its capacity slowly by only eating when you're hungry and not overeating. Some people worry that if they eat too little, they'll have to take expensive supplements. That is wrong. Food supplements, even those with medicinal properties, are only supplementary. They can't take the place of food. Please remember this. Supplements are only to be used when necessary. We need to eat regular food as our main diet. If our bodies could do as well with only supplements, all the grocery stores would turn into vitamin shops. Imagine only eating vitamins. At each mealtime, we would display a circle of different bottles and take a pill from each one. But this doesn't work. So I'd like to emphasize that your primary diet should consist of regular foods. My observation is that if you eat up to 6 kinds of food a day, you'll have a sufficient nutrition supply. During our meditation practice, we avoid meat or seafood. We definitely avoid seafood if we are sick. Generally, we should eat little meat or fried food. Otherwise, too much fat will block our internal circulation system. Certain meat products carry germs that cause transmittable diseases. These germs do not die when the meat is cooked. Some people think all germs are dead after cooking, but I don't think it's that simple. High temperatures can only kill some germs, not all of them. Some illnesses are beyond our understanding. Some germs can live under any conditions. They could be tiny, but once they enter your bloodstream, you will become sick. Vegetables are not pure either. There are genetically modified vegetables, but they're not as harmful as the ones sprayed with pesticides. Pesticides can even remain on vegetables that have started to decay. I hope you are not scared after hearing all this from me. It's hard to avoid this kind of food totally, but we should make an effort to eat food that keeps us healthy. Certain diseases are more widespread today than ever before. I believe this is linked to our changing living environment and food sources. Clothing and makeup. Another area related to our health is clothing. During our meditation practice, we try our best to wear clothes made from natural fibers, such as cotton or linen. They're better for us. Once I had a sweater that produced sparks when I took it off in the evening. Although it kept my body warm, it negatively influenced my body too. Some people might feel nauseous or have a headache when wearing this type of clothing. Static electricity harms our health. I think it's good that North Americans like to wear clothes made from natural materials. I suggest we wear pure cotton or linen. Silk is too delicate for daily life. Static electricity could cause skin cancer. It's worse than being exposed to strong sunshine. I think it also harms your overall health. Different materials have different energy. The energy carried by cotton is beneficial to the human body's energy, while some synthetic materials have harmful energy. Another point. Don't wear clothes that are too tight, and don't tighten your belt too much. If one part of your body is constrained, the blood circulation there will be hindered, and this will lead to physical problems. Therefore, we wear loose clothes when we meditate. You may have to wear professional clothes at work, but once you're at home, please change into loose clothing and relax. The next point I want to make is please don't wear perfume during group meditation, especially you ladies. We all know that too much is no good. Perfumes are distilled from very fragrant flowers. When I first visited southern China, I saw a kind of plant called night willow. If you walk past its flowers, especially when the moon is out, the fragrance can be overwhelming. We practitioners can be very sensitive. I felt this fragrance penetrate my trigeminal nerves. If you grow such plants in front of your window, I'll be surprised if your nerves are still normal. The smell is simply too stimulating. And if the fragrance from a flower can be this stimulating, you can imagine the effect of wearing too much perfume. I say if we overdo perfume and makeup, we could bring harm to other people. Another thing is jewelry. Please don't wear excessive jewelry when you come to meditate. Sometimes new students don't know this rule and they wear diamond rings. Once the light is turned on after meditation, the reflected light from their rings dazzles our eyes. Maybe they're trying to show us the shine of their diamonds. It's actually not good for your meditation because the shine presents a kind of seduction for you. I don't like diamonds, but if you give one to me, I'll accept it and turn it into something more useful than decorating your fingers. You might even scratch your face with it. So don't wear excessive jewelry during meditation. A plain ring, like a wedding band, is fine if you're used to it. Just don't put too much on, like big dangling earrings. When we meditate, we enter a very peaceful and natural state. We first start to know the essence of life. Slowly, you'll get to know the way. Therefore, in our meditation center, before we enter the meditation hall, we must change into our meditation clothes. Each of us returns to the simplest and most natural way of life. No matter how much money you have, your stomach can only hold a certain amount of food. Eat simple, wear simple, don't overcomplicate life. Settings and timing for meditation. My next topic is how to choose a meditation spot at home. First of all, it has to be a clean area. Secondly, don't face the toilet or have your back against it. Try to avoid places with foul smells. When we meditate, we go deeply into our body and soul, and we don't want to give ourselves any kind of dirty or evil indications. We don't decorate our homes with any ghost images or skeletons of dead humans or animals. Displays containing words or images that send strong sexual messages or that evoke evil or horrifying thoughts will surely interfere with you. This is certain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have displayed them there. If you want health, safety, happiness, and harmony, you'll want to decorate your house with things that send positive messages to you. Normally, these are things that promote feelings of health and harmony and make you feel good. I've mentioned it before. If you want to be happy, then surround yourself with happy images, happy voices, and happy messages. Worship happy deities and get close to happy people. Then you'll develop the feeling of happiness. Moreover, don't leave anything with sharp edges at your meditation spot. Whether you stand or sit in your meditative state, you might move parts of your body. This is natural. If there are sharp edges close to you, like the edges of a table or nails, you might get hurt. Remove these hazardous elements from your meditation environment. But if you can't remove the whole table, for instance, you may wrap the sharp edges with something soft. We must pay attention to our safety. Furthermore, we need to watch out for the air circulation in our meditation spot. If the spot is a very small, enclosed space, the air in it will lack oxygen very soon. You will continuously breathe in what you've just breathed out. Some of you might sleep in a very small bedroom. In the morning, you might feel the air in the room is stale, so you want to open the window immediately. You may even want to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. Ah, so sweet, so refreshing. If it's possible, choose a space of comfortable size and with fresh air to meditate in. You may choose to keep the window open. However, avoiding drafts during meditation is an important issue. Drafts are a concept in every Chinese person's mind. Say you sit down to meditate and there is a door in front of you and a window behind you. Once they both are open, the air will start to blow from one opening to the other. This is a draft. The draft will be like a crawling snake and you'll get sick. In Canada, the living conditions are good, but still the walls get cold if the outside air is cold. Walls are like this, not to mention panes of glass. So if you meditate or sleep with your back against a window, it's harmful to your health. First, it will hurt your head, then your spine. Your respiratory system will be weakened. Sometimes the draft hits you so that your whole body becomes weak and your eyes dim. And when you go to see a doctor, he won't know what's wrong with you. If you're tired, especially after doing some physical work, and you fall asleep in a drafty place, you might feel pain in your lower back, shoulders, or legs, or have a headache afterward. You may even suffer symptoms similar to cerebral thrombosis. Now you see how important it is to choose an adequate place to meditate. A place with your back toward an inner wall would be good. Don't have a window at your back. Drafts come through windows even if they are closed. You shouldn't sit next to an outside wall either, such as under the eaves of your house. When the wind blows toward your house, some of it will hit the eaves, then swirl down and hit you, if you happen to be sitting under them. Sometimes when you sit under a tree, you can be hit by a draft like this too. When wind blows at a tree, the tree blocks its way. The wind swirls down the tree and hits the person sitting there. To avoid drafts, we need to be mindful of where we sit and the temperature in our environment. And our clothes shouldn't make us feel too hot or cold. If you feel too hot, you will want to cool off and you might get sick from a draft. Next, we must pay attention to the weather conditions. When there's thunder or lightning, we don't practice our meditation. Of course, you don't want to stand under a big tree or below a high, narrow building or next to an electricity pole either. According to my research, about 2,000 people are killed by lightning every year throughout the world. When there is thunder and lightning outside, you must stop practicing, even if you are indoors. I won't explain the reason today. You just need to remember this rule. After we meditate, we rub our hands, face, head, and neck. The experienced students know this. We also jump up and down to balance the heat distribution in our entire body. After these exercises, if we go into the natural air, we'll be fine. After 2 hours of meditation, we can't suddenly get up to go to the toilet or wash our face. We have to do some exercises to finalize our practice. This is good for us. You can rub your hands, face, neck, and ears. You can also press lightly on the areas around your eyes and the sides of your nose and clap your legs and your whole body. You may also rub the soles of your feet. Even if you haven't meditated, rub and clap your body like this and your health will benefit. If you have meditated, do these exercises to finalize your practice. The benefit is enormous. But if we don't care and walk off immediately after meditating and wash our hands and face with cold water, we'll harm ourselves. If you're not an advanced meditator, you can't tolerate very cold water. If you suddenly use cold water, even to wash your hands, even only once, you might give yourself arthritis. After meditation, some people feel hot and want to open the window immediately. Please don't do so. Wait until you finish the finalizing exercises. Another rule is, don't drink anything very cold right after meditation. If you do, your respiratory tract, stomach, and intestines will be hurt by the cold. Normally, you may have contact with cold stuff half an hour after finishing the finalizing exercises. I've learned this from my own experience. A student once asked me, "I feel I am a kind person, but in my daily life I tend to forget compassion and peace. How can I feel good each day?" I told him, "You should give yourself some quiet time after waking up in the morning. You could put on your clothes and sit quietly for a while, or you may lie in bed quietly for a few minutes. It doesn't need to be long. If morning is a rush time for you, take 5 to 10 minutes to be quiet. If you like, you can also play my meditation CDs or my mantra chanting CDs. You listen to the serene voice and let your heart become one with the voice, and allow your mind to enter a pure and clear state. Then you relax your whole body and mind. Upon finishing, you think, "I'll have another beautiful and peaceful day. I'll be kinder today than yesterday. By bringing your mind to a peaceful state in the morning, you create a happy day for yourself. A Chinese saying tells us, plan the whole year in spring. Plan the whole day in the morning. Your thoughts and intentions in the early morning are very important. Morning is also a good time to receive inspirations. Some experienced practitioners and long-time worshippers of certain deities often get inspirational messages indicating something good or bad is going to happen that day. We could also receive signals when we're washing our face, brushing our teeth, walking downstairs or upstairs, or opening the car door. If you manage to create a peaceful state of mind in the morning, you'll easily solve any problems that you encounter during the day because your mind is kept clear and relaxed, or you remember to return to that clear state of mind. If you can do this every day, won't you be happy for the whole year then? The path of life is uneven. We don't need to create bumps along the way. Instead, we need to remove and dissolve our barriers. Last but not least, I'd like to remind everyone, especially people from different religious backgrounds, that we have come together today to meditate, no strings attached. Meditation is a very good method for self-inquiry, self-reflection, self-observation, self-analysis, self-knowing, and self-cleansing. It's a superb and precious method that transcends religion. Meditation is not monopolized by Buddhism. Buddhism came from India, but meditation has existed in the Chinese traditional culture for a long time. In ancient India and in today's many religious schools in India, people like to meditate. Meditation was not invented by Buddhism, nor by Sakyamuni Buddha. It might have been discovered by some wise sages in China and India a long time ago. Buddhism discovered that meditation could bring endless benefits to human beings. Therefore, it has kept meditation like a treasure in its hands. Only through meditation may we get to know the way of nature and know ourselves. Some people overemphasize the format in Buddhism. For instance, conducting ceremonies for dead people. But ceremonies are just a surface activity. Without meditation and practice, nobody can achieve anything. The fundamental belief of Buddhism is that each human being has inner wisdom. Let's put aside the religious aspects of meditation. The meditation process brings countless benefits for our bodies and minds. Today, we come here to practice meditation. This will be very good for you. I hope you will transcend your ego, doubt, and hesitation. Let's treat each other like family members. I wish you all the best. The healthier, brighter, and wiser you become, the happier you will feel and the more wholesome and integrated you will be. You will, of course, have a successful life. Lecture 5: Happiness through Meditation. A brief introduction to Zen meditation. Strictly speaking, Zen is a method of meditation. Meditation has different styles. The first is the pure sitting style, whereby one sits quietly without visualization. The second style can be called Visualization Zen, which has many variations. Our practice here belongs to this style group. What is visualization? To look, to observe with Zen, with one's heart. To look doesn't mean the same as looking with our eyes. It's looking with our heart, consciousness, and imagination. Neither do we look at physical forms. What's a physical form? For example, I'm standing here and you look at me. Your eyes see my body, a physical form that exists in front of you. The images we see in visualization are a kind of combination of memory and imagination. There are different kinds of visualization techniques. One is self-observation, to observe and visualize one's internal organs, bodily sensations, and feelings. Another is skeleton visualization, whereby one visualizes his or her own skeleton. In Vajrayana Buddhism, visualization of the center energy channel is focused on. The center energy channel starts in the middle of our head, a spot that vibrates with a baby's breath. This visualization was given different names by different schools of theories. For instance, in the chakra theory, it's called the crown chakra. Imagine piercing a straight line from this spot into the body. The last energy center it will go through before exiting the body is the ground chakra. The ground chakra is one of the energy centers in our body. It is not just a reproductive organ. This straight line connecting the ground chakra and the crown chakra is called the center energy channel. Visualizing this channel is an important practice in Vajrayana Buddhism. Of course, different schools have their own approach for this. The chanting method in Buddhism also comes from Zen visualization. We all know the Chinese Pure Land school of Buddhism. Many of you have studied this method, which is chanting Namo Amitabha Buddha every day. People have different intentions when chanting. Some want to have health and happiness. Some want to go to Amitabha Buddha's Pure Land after death. When you chant, you may choose to face Amitabha Buddha's picture or visualize his image. You may also choose to chant in different ways. In a low voice so that only you can hear it, silently in your heart, or loudly to help raise your spirit or send good wishes to a person far away. What is a meditative state? Put simply, it's a clear and still state of body and mind. Sitting still, visualization and chanting are ways to help you enter this inner state. While in this state, your body and mind should be clear and steady. Often, we see people sitting quietly who appear to be in a clear and still state. But they might be brewing anger inside. In movies, if we see a young girl sitting in front of a window, we know she might be missing her boyfriend instead of meditating. A clear and still state is foremost relaxation in body and mind, with no big fluctuations in emotions and consciousness. The heart feels peaceful and clear. This clear and still state is what we try to attain through meditation. Although you might not have this as a goal in your mind now, you will find the process of meditation is very beneficial to your health. What is the ultimate goal of meditation? It's total enlightenment, entering the state of samadhi. Samadhi is a calm, abiding state. I'm talking now, so I'm not in a calm, abiding state. I'm in motion, although it is not a fast motion. But if I stop talking and don't move, does this mean I'm in a calm, abiding state? No. This is only the appearance of such. Something is going on inside my mind. The mind needs to be still, too. The Perfect Wisdom Heart Sutra described this calm, abiding state quite clearly. It's a kind of profound calmness, where one has no more sense of self or other existence. After we practice meditation a while, we might develop some special feelings. For instance, some students start to feel light, a very enjoyable sensation. Others feel their palms sweat. These are only the initial stages. When we reach very deep calmness, we won't have sensations anymore. We won't have thoughts either. There are no contrasting emotions like being happy and sad. Some people say Buddhism pursues extreme happiness. I understand this extreme happiness to mean without suffering forever. This is a special state of consciousness where one doesn't feel the existence of self or feelings or identity anymore. I can't elaborate on this state with one word. It's a calm, abiding state. In this state, one realizes the truth of existence and non-existence, gain and loss, male and female, life and death. A common question asked by the Buddhist masters to the apprentices is, "Why do you want to be on this path?" The answer is often, "I want to get off the wheel of life and death." What does this mean? It means to completely understand the nature of samsara, the concept of life and death, gain and loss, success and failure. In the Heart Sutra, this state of complete understanding is described as experiencing emptiness is form, form is emptiness. The Heart Sutra was even made into a song. However, how many people understand its real meaning? In the state of consciousness described in the Heart Sutra, one feels no self, no breath, no self-consciousness. It's a state of emptiness. Upon reaching this state, one feels as if the brain is suddenly unplugged and the consciousness enters a kind of middle ground, like a no man's land. There are no thoughts, no brightness, no happiness, no sensations or feelings. Before entering and after exiting this state, one feels wonderful, and the body seems to exist and not exist at the same time. One feels happy, but cannot find the cause of this feeling. This state is special. I even feel wonderful thinking of it now. This is why some meditation practitioners don't want to come out of this state. They don't want to return to ordinary society because after understanding the essence of duality, such as gain and loss, success and failure, they don't want to get involved in these things anymore. For example, we might spend a big part of our life striving for success, but once we are successful, we find our health deteriorating and our life ending. Then we question what we've been busy for, because now it seems as if we worked hard to earn money to pay our medical bills. This has happened to some people. If we never create so-called success in our life, then we will never experience failure. A dualistic view can cause suffering. With the help of a Zen mind, you are at peace from the beginning. You don't have to search for it. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. Here's another example. If we fly from China to Canada, it takes more than 10 hours. However, awakenings during meditation happen almost instantaneously. It's like taking a rocket from China to Canada instead of an airplane. The difference in speed is enormous. Meditation helps us understand the most fundamental concepts and philosophies in life. Many people suffer from losing their job, parting from their lover, or having a car accident. They don't understand that one eventually loses what one once owned because all ownerships exist temporarily. Have you ever seen a person holding something in his hands for a year? That would be difficult, right? It's hard to hold anything for even an hour without ever putting it down. People often mentally own something. In fact, with the exception of necessities that meet a human being's basic survival needs, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, all ownership is mental. Thoughts of losing a job, money, a boyfriend are illusionary losses. The truth is, nothing has ever been lost. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. If you were a mentally disabled person, you might walk past your house without recognizing it. When people ask you where your house is, you may answer, "My house is here," but actually you passed it a while ago. But you really feel your house is right there, and you feel happy. If you are an ordinary person without a mental problem, you might feel awful once you realize you're lost and can't find your house anymore. You might panic and scream, "Help! Help me find my house! I'm lost!" At this moment, you're really suffering. In fact, to have and not to have something is all in your mind. The ultimate goal for meditation is enlightenment. When you reach the state of enlightenment, you'll feel the ultimate philosophical concept of the universe. This ultimate realization is what meditation brings us, an invaluable treasure that is the great wisdom. After you realize all these, you won't suffer anymore. Unlike today, you won't be saying, "Oh, I lost something," and feeling unhappy about it. Personally, if I lose something that I like, I feel pain for a short time. The length of time depends on this object's value and its value in my heart. If I lose a watch worth $20,000, I'll feel frustrated, but this feeling might last 1 minute only. Then I'll think, "Okay, it's gone. Next time I will wear a $2 watch, so if I lose it, I won't feel affected." If this happens to someone who hasn't had the experience of seeing the truth behind everything, he or she might suffer for half a year. And if they are soaked in negative emotions for that long, they might develop physical illnesses. In the case of losing a lover, a typical example is the story told in the Chinese classical novel A Dream of the Red Chamber. Miss Lin Daiyu fell in love with her cousin, but couldn't marry him in the end. How long did she survive after his marriage to another woman? A few days, maybe. Different people have different capacities to bear suffering. The weaker ones might commit suicide 3 days after losing a lover. Some could bear the pain for 3 months, others half a year, perhaps. Suicide here means having no more vitality in one's life, no more courage to face life. Even if they are physically still alive, their emotional lives have ended. Meditation is a shortcut to universal truth. In our world, when there's gain, there's loss. When there's birth, there's death. What you seem to have now, you'll lose sooner or later. Many of you are married. Do you realize that sooner or later you'll part from each other? I don't mean getting divorced, but at death you do part. It's unlikely that you'll die together, or that you'll ask your spouse to kill him or herself because you're dying. This ought to be clear in our mind. I'm happy to get what I get, and I cherish what I have. An ordinary couple should cherish the other person so that they don't waste their time together. Some people may try to be funny and say, "Oh, good, I'll ask him or her to do all the housework so time won't be wasted." They misunderstand. This would lead to their unhappiness, no matter how much the other person does for the family. But there's no need to go to the other extreme either. That is, don't try to woo the other person to the extent that you become his or her servant. Slowly, you'll learn how to balance the interactions with each other, and you'll realize that a happy life with each other is a symphony of pots and pans. Different tunes, including arguments, are all a part of this symphony. The overall sweetness includes patches of bitterness. Like with eating habits, people have different preference. Some like to add spicy chilies to their food, and although they shout their tongue is on fire, they still enjoy the sensation. Some people like to add a bit of argument to their married life. Some northern Chinese people love to add vinegar to their dishes. Without the sourness, they don't enjoy their food. So add vinegar if this makes you happy, if this is your interpretation of a happy life. Another issue is that some husbands and wives like to drink vinegar, or in other words, they feel jealous when their spouse treats a member of the opposite sex well. There is a positive side to this. It indicates that your spouse loves you and cares about what you do. Thinking of it this way, you should feel happy. If you have an affair with another person and your spouse doesn't even care, would you feel happy? If so, maybe you shouldn't stay married. We also need a new definition for happy life. Many people have an illusion of a happy life. For instance, they think, when I get rich, I'll eat abalone every day. I believe that if you have the chance to eat abalone for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, you might get sick. In my view, a happy life is an ordinary life, as long as you know to enjoy what's in it. It's a mixture of different tastes, with each taste adding to the main melody. My advice is, don't set unrealistic standards for a happy life. If your view of a happy life is where everything is perfect, you'll inevitably be disappointed. It's better to have lower expectations so you'll be overjoyed when they're exceeded. It's like when we're overjoyed to see the winter sunshine in Vancouver. Anything exceeding our expectations is a bonus. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. This state of consciousness and these alternative suggestions and views on life come from practicing meditation. Through meditation, we realize that we must cherish what we have right now. How? Seize the moment. This moment that you're feeling now is not a moment in the past or future. Don't focus on tomorrow or next year. Concentrate on now, this moment right now. Are you in control of your emotions this moment? Are you in a good mood this moment? Are you in touch with your inner feelings this moment? If you can achieve this, if you can be in touch with your inner feelings every moment, you'll be your authentic self and you'll lead an authentic life. And being your authentic self, you'll naturally do things that are most suitable and realistic to you. This is what you'll learn from practicing meditation. In conclusion, we can say that practicing meditation brings multiple benefits and serves as a shortcut for us to get to know who we are and what life is all about. This shortcut is magical, direct, and fast. There are different ways to practice meditation. One way is called meditation in motion. Some people misunderstand this as being in a special meditative state of mind while walking. The correct way to understand it is, after we reach a certain level in practicing meditation, we realize the truth in many things in life, so we put these realizations to use in our real life. Another way is called still meditation. We all like to imitate when learning something new. Although still meditation was what Buddha Sakyamuni used to do, it doesn't mean that this pose is suitable for everybody. For ordinary practitioners, I suggest the pose of sitting or standing. The sitting pose is suitable for most people. No matter what pose we adopt, there's only one goal: to achieve a deep and complete peace of body and mind. This is one of meditation's purposes. When standing, a practitioner can add some body movements as a part of meditation. These movements are called different names in different religious schools. In Tibet and India, for instance, they are called mudra, or hand gesture and body posture. Some schools call them body seals or heart seals. These movements are like sign languages, in that they function as a means of communication. Hand gestures are used to indicate certain meanings and help us enter the state of clarity and peace. So far, I think everybody here understands what meditation is about, the different ways of meditation and its ultimate goal, as well as some of the benefits it brings to our real life. Create a happy life. Upon entering our meditation center, whatever we do here should be meditation related. It starts with what we do with our body. We sit quietly and meditate. We get a lot of inspirations during meditation. One example is about gain and loss. Have any of you ever lost anything? Yes, we all have lost something. Has anybody ever suffered the loss of a girlfriend or boyfriend? Yes, nearly all of you. Once we have a desire, we attempt to satisfy it. If we can't get what we desire, we suffer. After getting it, we might lose it, and we suffer again. Therefore, there's a saying, "The size of your fortune tells the amount of your suffering." A story came into my mind just now. There was a stone temple on top of a rocky mountain. The Buddha statue inside the temple was carved out of stone. Stone steps led the pilgrims from the bottom of the mountain to the temple. One night, when it was very quiet and nobody was around, the stone stairs complained to the stone Buddha statue. "Hey, you there! You are made of stone and so are we. But we don't understand why people step on us in order to bow and kneel in front of you. It's not fair." The stone Buddha statue thought it over and answered, "No, I don't understand it either. But we did go through different processes. You might have been cut just 4 or 5 times by the mason to be made into a usable step. But I was carved 1,000 times by different knives and chisels and rubbed 100 times by rough sandpaper. That's what I went through. Moreover, I carry a lot more responsibilities than you. I have to keep myself presentable, clean, and tidy, and I have to keep my eyes straight even if I see a very beautiful woman. I can't stick out my hands when I see a rich person either. I have to be disciplined, sit here still and silently without ever changing my gaze no matter who comes and what happens. Do you think this is easy? Can you do it?" The stone stairs shook their heads. "No, this is not easy, and we can't do it." When you see other people blessed with wealth and happiness, don't feel jealous. You might not know what they went through to achieve those. And you might not know if they're suffering while being rich. A disciple of mine who works at an investment bank once told me, "Higher rewards involve higher risks, and bigger investments bring bigger benefits." Do you agree? Take the stock market as an example. Some people who buy $1 per share today and sell at $2 per share tomorrow will double their capital. But sometimes the share price goes down the next day, so their capital could reduce by half or more. People who invest in shares don't always gain. In casinos, some people might be able to control themselves and leave with winnings. If they stay to win more, they might lose everything in the end. Successful people might invest a lot in studies and pay a big price in terms of time, effort, psychological risks, and being away from their family. Compared to them, how much have you invested to be successful? I went through a similar experience when I was a child. At that time, I was in poor health. My friends would play after finishing their homework, but I would do exercises to strengthen my body. I practiced martial arts, did exercises on fostering internal energy, and meditated. The temptation I had to bear was almost like a psychological test. Other children were playing and watching television. At that time, TV had just emerged in China. Children ran to the few households that owned one. I wouldn't go because I had to finish the daily exercise tasks I set for myself. Often after my exercises, I was so tired I couldn't even climb into my bed. I crashed into it, dragging my legs up. I knew I had to take the time and effort to make myself strong. I also had to hide my real ambition. If I told anyone that I wanted to attain enlightenment, they would have laughed madly and treated me like a joke. So I pretended I was the same as them. I wouldn't fully explain when they inquired what I was busy with. I wanted them to think I was mysterious. After a number of years, I began to teach Dharma to the public and help people with their suffering, and I became kind of famous. One of my childhood friends heard of my achievements. As a child, he was very smart and studied hard, too. He went out of his way to find me, and when we met, he asked, "We grew up in the same village. Why didn't you tell me at that time what you were really up to? Did you start your training early?" I said, "Yes, but I couldn't tell you the truth. Even if I told you, you wouldn't have believed me." Although he knew a bit of what I was doing, he was still shocked when he found out that my achievement was bigger than his, and my state of mind clearer than his. He couldn't believe this and kept saying, "How come? It's impossible." I got more dramatic reactions when I returned to my hometown in Hebei province, where I lived for a few years as a child. I heard people say, "What? Was he really the skinny kid? That kid had to struggle to hang on to life at all. How could anyone expect him to achieve anything in life?" They were all surprised. They continued to view me as the old me. You see, the more effort one puts in, the more reward one gets. This leads to another piece of advice I'd like to give you. Work hard at your goal if you want to achieve something. I suggest you work out a new living plan, one that is realistic. You also want to discern between a glorious life and a happy life. Some people may want their life to be glorious. They want to become a sage, a star, or a Superman. However, what I'd like to construct is a happy life. To have a happy life, we need to set goals as well. Only they have to be realistic so that we can enjoy the process of working toward them. If the goals are unreachably high, where we are now might make us feel like a dwarf in front of a giant. We will feel daunted by our goal and defeated in the process of reaching it. Here I'm talking about general cases. There are, of course, exceptions. Let me talk more about creating a happy life. As I mentioned before, first we need to set a realistic goal so that we can enjoy the process of working toward it. For example, if you set a goal that requires you to work 16 hours a day to reach it, you might be okay if you do this for 1 or 2 days. But if you continue to work such long hours for a month or two, imagine what your health would be like. You would wonder if you could achieve the goal at all. Some people have set realistic goals and achieved them. However, after the celebration, they forget to set a new goal. Instead, they dwell on their achievement and become stuck. They don't realize that those achievements belong to their past. To renew their happiness, they need to set a new goal and enter another process of working toward it. It's the working process that enables the feeling of happiness to continue. It's easy for successful people to forget to re-engage themselves with new challenges. Some of them spent 10 or 20 years reaching a goal, and once they succeeded, they labeled themselves achievers, became stagnant, and got sick. The same goes for our self-cultivating process. When we reach one stage, we can't dwell too long on it before moving on. Otherwise, we might get sick too. Our life is like flowing water. Its vitality shows in the movement. We are a living entity. Because our body and consciousness constantly evolve, they need to improve and renew themselves. Therefore, once we reach our goal, we can take a break and enjoy ourselves for a while. Then we must analyze our physical and mental states and set a new goal. Our life will be on a new journey. Many people don't understand this, so they don't know what to do after achieving success. They lose their spirit and can even become mentally or physically sick. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. If you have set a realistic goal, but you still haven't reached it despite great effort, the wisdom of Zen reminds you to pay attention to your feelings at this moment and adjust them to feel happy at this moment. If you are disappointed that you're still not successful, ask yourself 3 questions. Am I hungry now? Do I have clothes on to keep me warm? Do I have friends? If the answers are, no, I'm not hungry, yes, I have clothes on, and I have a lot of clothes to choose from, and yes, I have friends, then you should be fine. You have what you need to be happy. Moreover, cherishing this feeling of happiness would be your motivation to move toward your goal. This cherishing manifests in every moment. I'm working now and I'm happy because I'm on my way to reach my goal. I'm working and I'm happy because I have hands with which I can do this work. And some poor people's hands can't function as well as mine. Cherishing each moment helps us to fundamentally appreciate what we have right now, so we'll be motivated to do a better job and treat ourselves and others better. In turn, these good working results and relationships will make you happier. About 20 years ago, I helped a Chinese lady in her 60s who was bedridden. Her relatives found me and asked for help. I helped her in my way, giving her instructions to train her mind and body. She followed them diligently. A month later, she felt much better. 3 months later, she was fully recovered. She started to cook for her 2 grown-up daughters every day. She said to me, "Master, I feel I'm stronger than my daughters. Every day they return home from work feeling exhausted. I do a lot of housework too, but I don't feel tired." I asked her, "Are you willing to take on so much household work then?" She said, "Of course. I'm so happy to be able to move around freely and do something again. It was hell to lie in bed and be served by people every day. Lying in bed, my strongest wish was that one day I could recover and I would serve the people who were so kind to me." From her sincere words, I knew she cherished her moments of being healthy and having the ability to work. I share this lady's views. Wherever I go, I do a lot of things: washing cars, cleaning the bathroom, cooking meals, doing the dishes. I don't feel this is low-class work. I feel happy to do these things. I enjoy every moment doing things. When I cook, I adore the pot I use. I admire the colors of the cooking ingredients. What is happiness? Doing your daily routine with enjoyment. This is happiness. What is suffering? Sitting there with a lot of money, but feeling miserable. That is suffering. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. So far, we have talked about what is a happy life and what is happiness. Hopefully, our talk has helped you to see things more clearly. Some of you might feel like you're waking from a dream and say, actually, I've been blessed all the time. I just didn't realize it before. You might experience awakening to various degrees. There are two kinds of awakenings: gradual awakening and sudden awakening. Some of you might be having a sudden awakening now, thinking, "Oh, this is what it's like." After waking up, please behave in an awakened way. Often after an initial awakening, you see some light in your consciousness, but the light is not stable. You need to hold on to this light and go back to it frequently. In the future, you can use my teaching materials to remind you how you felt when you experienced the awakening. Happiness is not what you achieve in the external world. It is an inner feeling and a state of mind. Greed, the root of unhappiness. If you are career-oriented, you must know there is no end to pursuing higher ground in a career. The same is true for earning money. A person might start out wanting to earn $10,000, but he or she might not want to stop even when they earn $30,000. They feel $30,000 is nothing. It can't even pay for a house. So they want to earn $1 million. After this number is reached, they think there are too many millionaires in the world, and they eye people who live in a $20 million house. So they continue to earn more money. There is really no end to it. They will never feel satisfied. At any stage of your life, you have to stop and ask yourself if you feel happy. No matter how rich you are, ask yourself how you feel about yourself and your life. But what happens after someone reaches the pinnacle of wealth, say, like an emperor in China? We watch a television series in which the emperor had in his palace all the best things that could be found within his power. However, he fancied sneaking out at night in ordinary people's clothes and eating a bowl of cheap tofu. He even remarked, "This is the most delicious food I've ever known." Like this emperor, many people seem to return to and appreciate simple yet authentic things after they reach a peak in their life. Some people have problems living with a lot of money. They worry for their safety and that the money will be taken from them. They don't want anybody to recognize them when they go out for fear of being kidnapped. But on the other hand, they want others to know they have money, so they want to show it off. But wearing an expensive watch or expensive clothes might attract kidnappers. What suffering! Wouldn't it be better if they just forget about money and return to a simple and honest life? My favorite way of eating fresh vegetables is to poach them briefly in boiled water, then sprinkle some salt on them. This way of cooking is simple, but it preserves the fresh aroma of the vegetables for us to enjoy. However, some people might be used to cooking vegetables with lots of meat and spices. In the end, you don't even taste the vegetables. You see, simple is better. A simple and honest life is a real life. You'll feel at ease when living such a life. This feeling of ease can put us in contact with our inner feelings and help us feel who we really are. You will realize that excessive decorations are actually misleading and unimportant. What really makes you feel good is this deep relaxation and peace. I see so many people living in an uneasy state of mind after being successful in their careers. The reason is they don't know themselves enough or the essence of a happy life. Returning to simple and honest living after reaching the peak. This is the wisdom we get from Zen. A Chinese idiom says it very well. At ease with the highest praise and the heaviest criticism. For example, some people admire my achievements. When I hear their praising words, I stay centered without forgetting who I am. I'm not attracted by the nice words, so I don't develop arrogant thoughts and emotions. Once we set a bright goal, we follow it up, no matter what happens. We stick to it. Take what I do, for example. I know my purpose is to share my experience with people, to inspire them. So whenever I stand in front of a group of people, I know what I have to do. I don't let any feelings of panic or shyness or physical sensations distract me from what I do. Another point I want to make is we must progress gradually to achieve our goal. Thus, when we review the steps and path that have led to our success, we feel a deep satisfaction and relaxation. This is real enjoyment. On the contrary, if we achieve a false success, if we got rich by robbing other people, we won't be able to bear to reflect on it, to review how we achieved it. I bet there's a deeply uneasy feeling instead. Whether it's fame or wealth, you achieve a state of mind through your hard work, physically and mentally. This state of mind brings you peace. If you have obtained interests through inappropriate ways, you won't enjoy peace of mind. What you have gained won't last long either. In Chinese history, there is a story about the horseman Li Zicheng, leader of the peasant rebellion at the end of the Ming Dynasty. When his troop fought into the capital city and occupied the emperor's palace, he saw the emperor's throne. He got so curious that he sat on it and died. Some Chinese people said he just couldn't contain his excitement over the throne. This seems a reasonable explanation. However, deeper analysis will tell us more. The emperor was the head of a big empire, representing the interests of all the people who lived there and making decisions on their behalf. His position was one of the most dangerous. If the empire had a population of 100 million, there would be 1 million people wanting to kill him. Around him, the officials were foxier than real foxes, otherwise they wouldn't have reached their positions. The emperor had to deal with these people, as well as all sorts of business that cropped up in his empire. Do you think this was easy? Would a horseman be able to deal with all this? I don't think so. What was demanded from an emperor was far beyond an ordinary person's imagination. All in all, if I summarize my thoughts, they would be: Greed is the root of all trouble. Often you don't realize you are driven by greed. Greed is the source of all evil. It generates jealousy and hatred. Look at all the wars in human history. Weren't they caused by an underlying greed? Great prices were paid to go after the greed. Lecture 6: Meditation and Positive Living. I consider myself an ordinary Buddhism Dharma practitioner. I don't have magical powers. It was the poor health and suffering I had when I was a child that led to my unusual life path. I seized my opportunity and mastered some great methods and meditation techniques, which benefited me enormously. I then developed the idea of sharing these with people so that they could benefit from them too. Balance in body and mind. When I was a child, I wondered if there were many sick people in the world. I started to observe those around me. I went to hospitals and found each one was crowded with patients, whether it was a good hospital or not. According to my observations, many people started to have physical ailments after turning 40 years of age. Some had more serious problems than others. Some had gotten used to living with a chronic ailment. If we are dragging around a body that gives us pain, can we be totally happy about life? No. And if we are not physically healthy, our mental health is impeded too. Our physical health is directly linked to our mental health and to the degree we feel happy about our lives. A chronic physical problem could lead to a mental change, such as withdrawal from society. On the other hand, mental problems can cause physical illnesses too. The 4 major emotions, hope, anger, sadness, and joy, are 2 pairs of contrasting emotions. Hope and joy won't harm people, but anger and sadness will. In fact, they will directly cause certain physical illnesses. This we know already. So you see, the invisible forces are equally as important as the visible ones. Our health and happiness are linked to our body and mind. Only when we maintain health and balance in both can we achieve lasting happiness. If attention is paid only to the body or only to the mind, we might be happy, but the feeling won't last long. Soon new trouble will confuse us. This is why we have incorporated mind and body into our meditation exercises. We especially emphasize this point because everybody needs to adjust their mental state to create the life they want. It takes time to get to a level where we can experience some realizations and upgrade our state of mind. I don't expect all of you to transform into new people immediately. As for me, all of my actions are based on one simple thought. I want to share the methods and techniques I've mastered and benefited from with as many people as possible so they can benefit from them too. Once this thought entered my mind, I started to investigate and found that a lot of people suffered. This motivated me to help them. In my 20s, I decided to teach the methods and techniques I had learned to others, and, at age 26, I began to do so. Since then, a huge number of people in China have benefited from my teachings. All of you will feel the effects of these methods as long as you follow my instructions to practice and train yourself. You have to be persistent in your practice and training. It's like taking medicine. To feel the effects of the medicine, you have to keep taking it for a period of time. A good healer can use anything in the world to heal people. As a practitioner, I use everything available in the world to help and enlighten people. This includes controversial materials, such as money and wealth, which many practitioners don't dare get close to. I believe that to heal the complex human conditions, we must use concepts and tools from various aspects of real life. With wisdom, we'll use these concepts and tools constructively. Bodhi meditation was founded in Canada. However, in my heart, I can go anywhere there is a need for my teachings. I welcome everybody, no matter where they come from or what opinions they hold. This world is a kaleidoscope, and all colors add to the splendor of the whole setting. A new perception in life. Many of you worry that once you leave this meditative environment and return home, back to your old life track, you will lose your peace. Well, this is possible. After all, your family, spouse, and children will still be there. You can't change them like changing clothes. But when you go back and face them again, you might see them with a different mindset. I know a big part of your suffering has been caused by an attachment to something, or you may have been overly critical, but your suffering was not caused by somebody else. Many of my students feel differently about their spouses after attending my retreat, cherishing their husbands and wives in new ways. Since we realize we were mistaking things in the past, we need to reflect upon our thoughts and behavior often. We can't change the world. We can only change ourselves. We can retune our inner senses. Retuned inner senses enable us to perceive things differently than before. When we look at things from a different angle, we judge them differently. With our retuned inner senses, what irritated you in the past now might seem fine. You might feel that you were wrongly judging people in the past, and by doing so, you actually were mistreating them under the guise of love. I once knew a young woman who came to Canada to join her husband. When meeting friends, she would stand aside while the others joked and mingled. She said if she ever saw her husband joke with another woman, especially someone younger, she would want to kill him. And if her husband ever fell in love with another woman, she would surely kill them both. Her feeling was that she would destroy anything or anybody that made her unhappy. It's easy to see that she had a severe psychological problem. But many people actually have similar patterns of thought, even if they're not as extreme. You see, it's important for us to change ourselves and appreciate other people. I like to tell the story of Xiaoling, a student of mine. She was divorced and remarried. Her son from her first marriage rebelled against her and her second husband. The deteriorating relationship brought her great pain. She came to my class and heard me say, "Change yourself, not others." So she decided to give it a try. She started to observe her son with her retuned inner senses. Her son and his behavior now appeared different than before, and she felt she was being treated nicely by him. Gradually, their relationship improved. Both mother and son are a lot happier now. Much to Xiaoling's relief, her son now listens to her advice and accepts her guidance. This is an example of how changing ourselves and our views can lead to improved relationships. The same principle applies to all kinds of relationships, not only those within a family. If you are an employee in a company, you have to deal with your employer and your colleagues. Some people behave passively at work. They feel they are forced to work for their boss and become psychologically resistant. I think this attitude is wrong. The way I see it, you are doing this job either because you like it or because you need to make a living. Regardless of the reason, look at the job from another angle. Your employer gives you money that you use to support your family. Don't you feel grateful for that? If you can think this way, you will be active instead of passive at work. You won't tire so easily or complain so much. You'll feel you're working for yourself and your efficiency will improve. It might now take you only 2 hours to finish a task that you couldn't do in 2 days before. How you think of your work makes all the difference. Switching from negative to positive thoughts will result in a different feeling about your work. When you realize that you're not being forced to work for your boss, but are working for yourself, you'll have no reason to be passive. You will feel happy to do your job and your boss will be happier too. Let me tell you another story. I have a disciple in the United States, a young man. He once complained to me that his boss made him do all sorts of auxiliary jobs, including helping out with the boss's housework. He was not happy about this situation and wanted to quit. He asked for my advice and I said, "Be patient. Let's wait and see. Do not quit unless I tell you to do so." Less than 2 months later, his boss had to lay off nearly a third of his employees because of the poor sales volume of their products. Yet, the young man was kept. He felt lucky because many more talented colleagues had been laid off. But his mother said, "Your boss has kept you because he can take advantage of you and let you do more work." I said to him, "If you feel you are being taken advantage of, you can quit." He answered, "I won't quit. It'll be hard to find a better paying job with my current skills." I thought he was right. Since he was not quitting, I encouraged him to work hard and do his best on every task his boss gave him. Now the young man is the manager of a department. He is very active at work because he knows he is working for himself and he is happy. Here I'm talking about being passive versus active. From a psychological point of view, if you put yourself in a passive position, for instance, if you're told you must finish a task or you won't get dinner tonight, you'll feel oppressed and you might do your job with a lot of complaining. In the end, you will be stressed out physically and mentally. But if you take a positive stance, you might make constructive suggestions to your boss and take the initiative in projects because you're not waiting for somebody to give you instructions anymore. How much energy must you expend on these tasks? Maybe only 1/3 of the energy you used to spend on feeling negative. A happier psychological state sustains you with high levels of energy. You now can finish all your tasks without feeling stressed. The bottom line is this: we need to face our reality with a positive attitude. If we do, we'll enjoy our lives. If we don't, we'll be trapped in pain. Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. The next challenge you'll be facing at home is how to continue to practice meditation and the methods you learned here. You might not be able to spend the whole day on it, like we have done here during our retreat. Yet I'd like to remind you that no matter how busy you are, you'll need at least 1 hour a day to practice. You should spend 1 to 2 hours a day practicing the meditation of greater illumination. If you have more time, then you can do it 4 times a day or even more. If you follow my advice, you'll gain a good supply of energy throughout the day. If you have a physical ailment, you may keep it from getting worse and even start to cure it. Many of my previous students have proved the effectiveness of our meditation exercises. You need to continue to keep the state of mind you achieved here. To make things easier for you, I suggest you write my quotations, those that really resonate with you, on pieces of paper and display them at home, in places where you will see them often. For example, next to the mirror you use every morning, in your handbag, on the wall you face at breakfast, or on the refrigerator door. They will serve as constant reminders to keep yourself centered and maintain your state of mind. At home, you won't have me or any other teachers around to remind you. You'll have to rely on yourself. My words touch people's hearts because I've summarized the essence of many things I've learned after years of experimenting and exploring. They came from my direct experiences. They were not copied from any other person. A very useful method you've learned here is switching roles. It's about changing your way of thinking. For instance, when you face a challenge, imagine you're me and ask yourself, what would the master do if he were facing this challenge? Take a deep breath and contemplate what you've learned. This might help you gain more leverage in dealing with challenges. Another way of switching roles is to put your feet in the other person's shoes and try to feel how he or she is feeling. This switching roles method has been effective. Sometimes when we are stuck in a difficult situation, we feel confused and don't know what to do. If this happens, don't rush into making any decision. Instead, step back from the situation and think it over. Take a walk outside or watch a movie. Distract yourself from the matter and wait until your emotions subside. Then you may use the switching roles method to help you view the matter from various positions and thus find a balanced solution, one that is more realistic and acceptable for every party involved. It's crucial that we learn to step back from any difficult situation and take time to cool off and think, using the methods and techniques we have learned. Some of you might like to read my lectures that have been printed into books. I suggest you read these books at a slow pace and reread them in different times and situations. The messages and inspirations you get from the same books might be different. You may also use them as references to compare with your own thoughts and behaviors. Some of my important talks have been recorded and probably will be published and made into CDs or DVDs so that my students can access the teachings whenever they wish. If you listen to or read them regularly, say once a week or month, the inspirations you get will be very beneficial. Practice your helping skills. Some of you might be eager to share your experience here with your family and friends. Be careful when you do so. If you elaborate on how wonderful you think Bodhi meditation and our methods are, you might find few people believe what you say. Because the methods and techniques we learned here are not part of ordinary people's daily experiences, some will find them hard to understand. Therefore, if you really want your family and friends to benefit from what you learned, take it easy and use some strategies if necessary. I'll give you an example. If I invite people to dinner at my house, I buy a lot of different vegetables and spices. If I just bought lots of carrots and asked everyone to grab one and nibble it, They would all get the same thing to eat. But would it be a nice meal for them? No, certainly not. The meal wouldn't have the beauty and taste of nicely orchestrated dishes. Presentation and approach are very important. We need to use our inner wisdom. Besides, convincing your own family about something is the hardest thing to do sometimes. I suggest that we adopt the strategy of the medicine vendors. When a potential customer asks, "What kind of medicine is this?" the vendor answers, "It's a painkiller." If the person isn't suffering any pain, he or she will turn away. However, if the person has pain, he or she will ask more questions, such as, "Does this medicine really work? Hope I don't get cheated." You see, sometimes adults behave just like children. Indeed, such an adult is like a big child in front of a wise person. When we use what we learned to help people, we can't expect an immediate positive response from them, and we can't overwhelm them with too much unfamiliar information. If you pile all that you've learned, seen, heard, and experienced here on top of them, they will get scared and resistant. They might even think you are out of your mind. For example, say you eat one bowl of rice at every meal. One day you are really hungry, so I put 10 bowls of rice in front of you and force them down your throat. How would you feel? Don't expect to become a completely compassionate person and help a lot of people immediately after you return home. This is a gradual process. If you go out on the street and claim you've reached the Buddhahood, people will think you're crazy. And if there happens to be some Buddhists around, they might come over and knock you down. But if you claim that you are a demon, you might succeed in convincing some people of that, because the more they'll look at you, the more you'll seem like a demon to them. I had another kind of experience during my long years of study. Since I was an independent self-cultivator, I learned from teachers with various backgrounds and encountered all sorts of people. I even got used to people physically fighting with each other next to me, and I could still focus on what I was doing. But when I went to Guangzhou, a city in southern China, things were different. Once I saw two men fighting each other with words instead of hands and feet. They argued for a long time, but neither took any real action. I thought to myself, if you really think the other person is wrong and bad, just kick him in the legs. After they finally finished their confrontation, I couldn't help but ask one man, "Why didn't you punch him?" He answered, "I was afraid I couldn't win." I asked the other man, "Then why didn't you punch him?" He said, "I, too, was afraid that I couldn't win." I replied, "Then why did you argue with him if you were so afraid?" He answered, "Where would I put my anger then?" Alas, I nearly wanted to punch them both so that they would jump up and take action. In the real world, when you want to help people, the kind-hearted approach often doesn't work. The less than perfect approach works to some extent. People won't believe you if you only elaborate on how wonderful your methods are. So I suggest you add a bit of color, a bit of imperfection, to your story. Then they might find it easier to hear you. Unfortunately, the human condition makes it easier for us to accept something bad over something good, and nobody believes something that is perfect. However, what is regarded as bad isn't necessarily really bad. At least not all the time. It's like preserved stinky tofu, which smells bad, but a lot of Taiwanese people love it. Hot chilies light a fire on the tongue, but half of the Chinese population loves them. From a good start to further progress. What you've learned now is only the most basic content of what I have in store for my students. But the basics are also the most important. If you continue to practice the basic skills and techniques, you will achieve high-level results. I have planned my teaching programs in a staircase style, meaning each level goes higher than the one before it. At a higher level, one must have a teacher to point out important things and for guidance. Otherwise, one might become stagnant. I came to this conclusion after comparing the practices of different religions and meditation disciplines. My classes differ from the conventional teaching concept. In an ordinary school, a first-grade class has its fixed content. Even if you repeat first grade 3 times, you'll receive the same information. However, this is not the case with my meditation classes. Meditation techniques and mudras, or body positions, might remain the same for 100 years, but every time you meditate, you feel something new and your experience is different. So I suggest you keep practicing meditation and, better still, come back for another retreat. You might go deeper next time and your energy level will increase greatly. During my classes, I like to present views from various religious institutions and scientific schools. I cover a wide range of topics. As to my standpoint, I feel I am a Buddhism Dharma practitioner, but I stand outside of religion to observe the world. I don't let myself be constrained by religion. I hold the opinion that once you stay inside the castle of a religion, you might start to view everything with a pair of tinted glasses, with religious beliefs being the tint. A good example. As a rule, surgeons don't operate on family members. Doctors tend to lose their balance when caring for their loved ones, and because of the feelings and emotions involved, they might end up prescribing one good medicine too many and jeopardize the whole treatment plan. So, if I maintain a non-religious position, my views will be more balanced and closer to nature's way. Thus, I don't emphasize religion. I talk more about what is normally categorized as natural philosophy and social science. Besides, my intention is not to promote any group or institution's views. If any of you think I do, that is a misunderstanding. I am a Buddhist. I worship Buddha. It's important to point out that what I believe in is not a religion in the conventional sense, but a human being who later became Buddha Sakyamuni. I worship him because he was a human being, just like you and me. But ordinary human beings concentrate on their own interests, their own emotions and feelings. They are self-centered. However, Buddha Sakyamuni wasn't self-centered. He was others-centered, totally altruistic. This is extraordinary. This is the reason why I worship him. God and deities stand on a higher ground, and therefore they love all people. In fact, God and deities are immortal spirits. But ordinary human beings find it hard to be authentically altruistic. If they help people, there might well be some underlying purpose, a kind of untold expectation. Of course, there have been many virtuous people who really didn't expect anything when they helped others. They are truly honorable. Buddha Sakyamuni spent 49 years teaching people the way to be free from suffering, and he did this for the entire human race. I respect and admire him. Last but not least, you are welcome to donate to our organization. Since you have benefited from what we teach here, you might wish that other people could come here to learn and benefit too. I have to say that where we are, the meditation hall, is a special place. It is filled with positive energy that aids us in renewing our physical, mental, and spiritual selves, brings us on our inner journey, and helps us access our inner wisdom. Our teachings also help us achieve good body and mind health. We welcome any kind of support. A sincere donation can help several people come here to learn. Don't underestimate the impact of such a donation. This can be the first step toward becoming altruistic. It will bring us enormous positive energy, which in turn will make us healthier in body and mind. We also receive good wishes from many people because of our generosity. As these good wishes manifest through you, you'll become a happy and healthy person. I hope this meditation retreat has helped you embark on the journey to a broader and brighter life.